Education and Skill Conclave. This is an event where we are going to celebrate a very important aspect of education, that is innovation. Innovation in education for next 2 days, we'll be discussing on various aspects of building that comprehensive education ecosystem powered by technology and innovation, role of policy, role of innovation, and what is the future road path. We'll be discussing all for next 2 days, and we'll be seeing the presence of thought leaders, policymakers, education decision makers, and industry leaders all coming together to discuss on various aspects of building resilient and sustainable quality education ecosystem. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? All will be discussed. And this knowledge sharing platform will also recognize the efforts of education leaders across the country for their achievement in the education and skilling field. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you at the inaugural of 4th edition of Global Education and Skill Conclave, powered by Autodesk. And for the inaugural session, we have set a theme where we are going to discuss on various aspects of governance, policies, emerging trend, and best practices to reinvent education in the new world order in a country like India. May I request Dr. Kalpana Gopalan, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, to come on stage, please, for a keynote address. A huge round of applause for her, please. I request Dr. B. Chandrasekhar, Executive Director, Excel India Limited, to come on stage, please. A huge round of applause for him as well. I request Mr. Deepankar Bhattacharya, Head, India and ASEAN, Education Enterprises, Autodesk, to come on stage, please. A huge round of applause for him. I request Neet Shah, National Head, People Link Unified Communications, to come on stage, please. A huge round of applause for him as well. Now I'd like to invite the key speakers for the inaugural session, Professor Rajat Moona, Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Bhilai, to come on stage, please. A huge round of applause for him. Professor Lakshmidhar Behera, Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Mandi. We welcome Professor Behera. Thank you so much for coming us today. We also invite Professor V. Venkataramana, Vice Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education, to come on stage, please. A huge round of applause for him, please. I also invite Dr. Manish Mishra, Group Head Strategy of NSDC, to come on stage, please. And I have told that Professor Saroj Sharma, Chairperson, National School of Open Learning, and Dr. Bishwadit Saha, Director, CBSC, are on their way. I can see Professor Saroj Sharma. She has already entered the hall. Huge round of applause for her, please. Chairperson of National School of Open Learning. Please come on stage now. You're in the right time. It is indeed our honor to welcome all of you at the 4th edition of Global Education and Skill Conclave. And I can easily say that it's a galaxy of speakers from the various domain of education stakeholders who are present here, from the Center of Excellences like IITs and central bodies like National School of Open Learning, from the state governments, and also industry leaders, all are coming together, and also a very important chapter of India skilling ecosystem, that is NSDC. We have representatives from them as well. As we all know that any good thing, commencement of good thing in Indian tradition starts with lamp lighting, but we'll do that. But before that, I request Mr. Gopi Arora, co-founder of APAC News Network, to come on stage, please, and welcome all our esteemed speakers for the inaugural session with a bouquet. It's not a bouquet, it's a plant. We are for sustainability of everything. So, can we have the plants on stage, please? You can start with Dr. Kalpana Gopalan. Welcome you, ma'am. A huge round of applause for her. Dr. B. Chandrasekhar. Mr. Deepankar Bhattacharya. Neet Shah. Professor Rajat Muna. Professor Lakshmidhar Behera. Professor Saroj Sharma. Professor V. Venkataramana. And Dr. Manish Mishra. I'll request all the eminent dignitaries to inaugurate officially the 4th edition of Global Education Skills Conclave by lighting the lamp, please. If you can all come that side and we can light the lamp and we can officially inaugurate this inaugural session.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेश.
Can we have a huge round of applause for the official inauguration of the 4th edition of APAC Global Education and Skill Conclave. It's always good to see all of you physically present here because for last 2.5 years, the last 3 edition of this Global Education Skill Conclave has been done virtually. And it's always good to see all your presence together and interact. There's no alternative physical interaction, but I know this session on hybrid mode of learning today. It will be a mix of physical education and hybrid mode of learning, distance learning, but these are all part and parcel of life. So over to you, Dr. Kalpana Gopalan, for her keynote address. A huge round of applause for her, please.
Good morning to all of you. Honorable dignitaries on and off the dais, my fellow speakers, organizers, and participants of the APAC 4th Global Education and Skill Conclave. What an exciting day is today. After the long spell of COVID-induced online talks and conferences, at last, we have stepped into the cautious freedom of live contact and communication. APAC has seized the opportunity by organizing an exchange of scholarship and ideation on a topic that is so relevant for the times that we live in. We are in a churn. We live in an interconnected time when we experience both the benefits and the pitfalls of globalization. If capital can move seamlessly across borders, so can a virus. The Western proponents of a seamless, stitched up world are rethinking their options, as in Brexit, as are their developing country cousins in Brazil or India. Clearly, the way forward entails caution, balance, and pragmatism. Winston Churchill exhorted us to never waste a good crisis. COVID-19 has forced us into a prolonged timeout. It has brought radical lifestyle changes. As we move into a calibrated opening up, it is time for us to begin contemplating the end of the crisis, envision what the world will look like in its aftermath, how the pandemic will change the way that we live and work, and what we need to do to adjust to the new normal of the post-COVID-19 world. Today, I will present 3 arguments to you. First, I argue that the new normal of the post-COVID-19 world will see major changes in our professional world. I see 3 vectors of professional change: the accelerated importance and use of information technology, unconventional ways of working, including freelancing and work from home, and increased inter-organizational and intersectoral collaborations and networks. Second, I argue that these changes will demand personal transformations from each of us, of which 3 are cardinal: embracing uncertainty and change, becoming a continuous learner, and practicing personal and collective social responsibility. My third and final argument is that capacity building is the single enabler and tool available to us to navigate those changes. And to leverage capacity building, we need to harness youth who are outside the formal institutional education network, focus on the frontline and backroom workers who are vital to decision-making and implementation, and design training programs so as to train teams and not individuals. These, in essence, are my 3 arguments. Why has COVID-19 thrust this imperative upon us? Does a crisis by itself ensure reform? Every great crisis to mankind has seen a period of confusion, followed quickly by rapid counter-responses. In challenging times, we question accepted realities, devise quick solutions, often outside the usual compass, some of which can become effective enough to become normal quotidian practice. This was demonstrated in the world wars as well as in pandemics such as the Spanish flu. History also suggests that the global economy is remodeled in significant ways after a major crisis like COVID-19, spurring the adoption of new technological strategies and business models. The SARS outbreak in 2003 is seen as a causal factor for the adoption of online shopping by China, which in turn resulted in Alibaba's rise. Closer home, the balance of payments crisis in India led to the paradigm shift of liberalization, globalization, and privatization in 1991. The economic and humanitarian crisis unleashed by COVID-19 is thus an opportunity to reform sectors such as skilling, healthcare, the unorganized sector, and education, which are the underpinnings of our political economy. What changes will we see in the post-COVID professional world? We are seeing several shifts that are taking place in the world of work. The multi-sectoral acceleration of information technology, the advent of freelancing and work from home modes, and the need for lateral, cross-sectoral, and inter-organizational collaboration are three such seminal changes. The advent of technology. The CEO of IBM, speaking in an online forum, said, and I quote him, "History would look back on this as the moment when the digital transformation of business and society suddenly accelerated." COVID-19 has increased digitalization in all spheres of our professional world, whether it is education, healthcare, governance, or entertainment. As schools closed in many parts of the world, e-learning and e-delivery of education saw a smart breakthrough. States like Karnataka launched the Makkalavani, or Children's Voice, for disseminating educative and entertaining content to children. And now we need to ask the question, will the change roll back once we are over the pandemic? My own sense is that while keeping teachers integral to the education process, there will be a new flexibility and agility with curated content through platforms such as Coursera, an entirely new learning experience through artificial intelligence, virtual intelligence, and mixed experience tools. Healthcare is seeing similar changes. Digital efforts in Wuhan to contain the crisis via smartphone trackers demonstrated a powerful new public health tool. Kerala Police launched Project Eagle Eye to use drones for surveillance during the lockdown, using technology as a tool to complement manual surveillance in topography that is inaccessible, such as pocket roads and open fields where jeeps could not traverse. In the entertainment industry, Netflix and Amazon Prime saw a big boost. Netflix viewer numbers swelled as lockdowns across countries kept people at home. Even the requirements of daily activities need digital navigation. As people were forced physically apart, they turned to video calls on WhatsApp. All these show a growing acceptance of technology to help us feel connected. As people became more comfortable with technology and service providers upgraded their infrastructures, creating better pipelines and more streamlined and user-friendly interfaces, technology became easier to live with day to day. Then, the growth of freelancing and work from home modes. COVID-19 propelled us to experiment with work from home on an unprecedented scale. As the CEO of Wipro put it, and I quote him, "Work from home will define a new normal for a lot of industries and will create new opportunities for us to be able to do more work globally." WFH has gone beyond our quotidian processes and scaled new innovative heights. India demonstrated this in the Facebook Geo and the Google Geo deals. The US $5.7 billion investment by Facebook in Reliance Industries Geo platform set a new standard in remote negotiation. With extensive M&A dialogue happening online, even including due diligence and agreement negotiations. This is one of the biggest deals that has taken place either in India or the US, and at a time when there was nationwide lockdown in both countries. Transactions of this magnitude, especially transnational ones, usually involve considerable travel and face-to-face meetings by the higher management and their financial and legal advisors. This time, however, all this happened online. Another shift that we may expect is the emergence of the gig economy. Each of us has to get used to becoming a freelancer. Remote hiring of technical talent will become the norm. Even before COVID-19, we were seeing regular employers, permanent employers like the government or universities, increasingly cutting down on hiring and outsourcing even their core functions. While this may create job insecurity, it is not necessarily a bad thing or even a new one. Take a surgeon. She is attached to one hospital, but she consults in many hospitals. Some surgeons even consult online and earns remuneration from all these hospitals. A talented and skilled individual can peddle her expertise across organizations and be paid by all of them. Remote hiring of talent will become the norm, with corporate positions opening up to skilled candidates everywhere, prioritizing skills over pedigree and geography, all of which is good news for both the economy and the talent pool. It makes talent pools more diverse and businesses and economies stronger. Gig economy and pervasive freelancing will bring in cooperation and coordination across sectoral silos. As freelancing becomes more prevalent, teams will be self-created rather than being created by leaders and will become more interdependent, more collaborative, more agile, and more flexible. COVID-19 saw the pharmaceutical giants GlaxoSmithKline and Sanofi forget their commercial rivalry to build a vaccine, pooling their relative strengths of adjuvant technology and a virus antigen, while Google and Apple teamed up to evolve standards for contact tracing. As Additional Chief Secretary of the Youth Empowerment and the head of NSS Karnataka, National Social Service Scheme Karnataka in 2020, I myself teamed up with the Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, NIMANS, and the National Health Mission to provide curated training on COVID-19 response to NSS officers and volunteers who in turn disseminated this content to communities. All this demands that we build up networks and skills, build each other up professionally with no room for envy or backbiting or jealousy. The post-COVID individual. What personal transformations are entailed? First, embrace change and uncertainty. Heraclitus said that the only thing constant is change. Pragmatism demands that we survive the present moment while building ourselves to thrive in a very different future. In a topsy-turvy world, how does one stay sane and calm? Questions are everywhere. What the future will hold? How will life change? What will the new normal be? Uncertainty is uncomfortable, yet change is inevitable. And COVID-19 has only accelerated the pace of change and made it palpable. In such a dynamic and unpredictable situation, those who accept uncertainty and are willing to take swift, decisive, and risky action will hold the advantage. As lockdown was announced and non-essential businesses were instructed to close, business owners were suddenly faced with the tough choice of either stopping operations completely or finding new ways to provide service. Many restaurants closed their doors but kept kitchens open, tying up with delivery services like Swiggy and Zomato to deliver food at homes. Barbers, whose salons closed down, began to offer home haircut services. Hence, the first personal transformation that the post COVID 19 challenge demands from us is the realization that change is the only constant and that things may change any moment. This calls upon us to embrace uncertainty, develop equanimity, mental balance, emotional intelligence, and agility of thought and action. Next, become a continuous learner. Continuous learning opens up our minds and changes our attitudes. Knowledge is now at our fingertips. To function effectively amidst this rapidly changing world of technology, we need to learn new things to become valuable. Those not making use of the opportunity will stagnate. Do not be left behind. Ensure that you remain up to date and keep up with industry trends and adapt your skill sets. Resources for continuous learning are many. Read magazines and periodicals. Analyze and critique case studies. Subscribe to publications that are relevant to your work or interests. Connect with global networks using Zoom, social media, and email. Attend training courses and webinars and conferences like this one. Try MOOCs such as Coursera and edX. Listen to podcasts and watch documentaries. The days when one went through a neat linear progression of study, work, retire will be replaced by a career of constant personal reinvention and learning with doing. Thus, the second transformation required from all of us is continuous learning. It is vital to prepare yourselves for the coming future. Our third and most important self-transformation is the practice of collective social responsibility. We are familiar with CSR or corporate social responsibility, but this is not enough. CSR is still someone else's job. It is up to each of us to adopt personal social responsibility. We each have a duty to each other. Personal social responsibility is still easier to practice, say by teaching a child or helping a destitute person in need. But what COVID-19 has brought home to us is a larger collective social responsibility. The health of our communities depends on our individual actions. Thus, it calls upon our collective social responsibility that emphasizes our responsibility to the community. There are many ways that the pandemic has expanded opportunities for exercising collective social responsibility. We have suddenly and sharply become aware of a joined-up world. Paradoxically, COVID-19, while emphasizing physical distancing, has reminded us how interconnected our world really is. The virus spread from a market in Wuhan to almost every corner of the globe in just 3 months. Such a public health crisis is a reminder and a demonstration of how interfused we are with the rest of the world. What happens overseas or in a neighboring state can directly and immediately impact lives in our country, state, or home. As we collectively navigate this health crisis, there are ways in which we can practice collective social responsibility. It is a general consensus of public health experts that the only way to counter the spread of COVID-19 is for each of us to follow the required discipline and protocols. Wash our hands, keep our distance, stay home in lockdowns. The health of our family, community, and economy depends on us setting aside our personal wants and needs for the good of the whole community. Even in complying with the lockdown, while it may feel that we are sheltering inside to benefit ourselves, paradoxically, we are doing it for the common good. Social distancing causes a disconnection that can be disorienting. While we need to maintain physical distance to stop the spread of COVID-19, we need social connection even more than ever. Therefore, the pandemic is an opportunity to practice collective social responsibility, helping us overcome our prejudices, reinforcing our ethics and values, extending our reach, finding ways to reach out and involve, developing curiosity and compassion. Finally, my third argument, how do you bridge the professional changes and the personal transformation that is required from each of us? Herein lies the criticality of capacity building. COVID-19 has thrown up challenges and changes in our professional world, primarily the importance of technology, the growth of freelancing and work from home, and the increase of lateral and cross-sectoral collaboration. This in turn calls for personal transformations from each of us by embracing uncertainty and change, becoming continuous learners, and practicing collective social responsibility. Capacity building is the tool which enables this transformation. As we emerge out of the pandemic, what aspects of capacity building should we as individuals and as a nation focus upon? First, leadership. Every big crisis is a test of leadership. But COVID-19 is not really about political influence or corporate power. It is about the everyday leadership that we as individuals and as citizens demonstrate in our daily lives. Therefore, our capacity building should focus as much on qualities and character traits as on specializations. Traits such as calmness and equanimity, skills such as communication and problem solving, the attributes of a strong work ethic and a compassionate worldview. And of course, the leadership that is able to lead with persuasion and influence and not dictate, encourages participation, not hierarchy, and is purpose-led, not power-driven. These should form part of skill development as much as technical skills. Second, the front line and the back room become important. In an increasingly digitalized world, with social media creating a virtual reality, presence and authenticity become even more important. Decision-making in the pandemic is taken at the higher levels of the medical fraternity or the bureaucracy. But these decisions are crucially dependent on the kind of inputs and information that flow from the bottom, from the lab technician or the ASHA worker who is on the field. Similarly, the decisions taken at the apex level have to be properly disseminated to and understood by each person down the line. Without this, implementation suffers. COVID-19 is not merely a health crisis, but a logistical marathon. Vast quantities of data, medical and non-medical, are being collated, entered, sorted, cleaned, and readied for decision makers by tribes of data entry operators and analysts. It is not the number of beds or ventilators that determine outcomes, but the quality of medical personnel. And that requires time and investment. We can procure a bed, but to get a qualified nurse who understands infection control or a pulmonologist is not something that we can procure in a month. These are long-term capacity building investments and highlight the importance of frontline and backroom workers and teach us to respect dignity of labor. Third, the focus should be on training teams and not individuals. We saw that the pandemic makes freelancing acceptable, as well as calling for greater collaboration across teams and organizations. It is likely that future teams will comprise permanent, temporary, freelance, and machine employees, and this diversity will call for greater need to build cohesion within the members. Yet our educational system does not prepare us for cross-sectoral coordination of equals. Engineers train with engineers, doctors with doctors, bureaucrats with bureaucrats. Within each fraternity, hierarchy is the fallback option to resolve differences of opinion. But what happens when a policeman has to implement a medical decision made by a doctor based on data analytics produced by a computer scientist? We get lost in translation as they struggle with their different vocabularies and work processes. To avoid this and to face future crises better, we need to train teams, not individuals. Our pedagogy should mandatorily include case studies, self-reliance and decision-making situations, problem-solving, immersion experiences, and the like. In conclusion, let me say that choices, not crises, determine our opportunities. COVID-19 has changed the world like never before. The global lockdowns that we saw were unprecedented and perhaps even incomprehensible to human minds. Yet, amidst all this, opportunities lurk. It is time for governments, businesses, and individuals to prepare for the worst, but also prepare themselves to recognize and utilize these opportunities and keep the faith that we may transform into a newer, stronger, and reinvented India. I glanced at the program schedule and I was glad to see the scope and depth of the topics covered. I am certain that at the end of the two-day conclave, all participants will return enlightened and equipped to face the exciting and challenging global future that faces all of us. With this keynote, I wish the APAC 4th Global Education and Skill Conclave all success. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kalpana Gopal. And whatever you have said, it comes from the huge experience, I think almost 34 years of experience as a bureaucrat and in the public policy domain. And by the way, Dr. Kalpana Gopal is also advisor to many universities and education institutes across the country. If I take a crux of what you have said, that the pandemic has taught us the importance of leveraging IT more with the freelancing of ideas and also the importance of capacity building. And we should see this challenge as an opportunity to reinvent not as a country as a whole, but also reinventing various aspects of education and healthcare and other aspects as well. Thank you so much. I've been told that we have been joined by Mr. Andhra Vamsi, Mission Director of Uttar Pradesh Skill Development Mission, and he has joined us virtually. Again, this is the new learning of the new normal, where we can do even like this, and anyone can join from anywhere. Over to you, Andhra Vamsi. Thank you so much for joining us virtually. I know there's some sudden meeting which has come up in Lucknow. That's why you could not join us physically. But thank you so much for joining us today, and I'm sure that you will be shedding some light on the kind of technology innovation you're leveraging in the UP Skill Development Mission. So over to you, Mr. Andhra Vamsi.
Good morning, all the respected guests, dignitaries, APAC, News Network, and all the audience who are there in Delhi right now. First of all, let me express my sincere apologies because of Honorable Chief Minister's meeting scheduled today evening at 6 o'clock. We are not in a position to move out of the station, and we are here to present something about the 3 months performance that have been done so far. Let me take this wonderful opportunity, or indeed it's my privilege that I've been a part of this particular conclave, and whatever ma'am had said, and I'm just making an offshoot of her presentation with respect to the technological innovations that have been done in the UP Skill Development Mission. The mission is almost a 600 crore turnover society that caters to the skilling needs of the entire Uttar Pradesh. Here we come out with a presentation of the Aadhaar-based biometric attendance program, that is Aadhaar-enabled biometric attendance system that have been enforced in the skilling mission. It is being emulated for all the schemes or all the skilling mechanisms that have been run by various departments in the government of India as well as in the government of Uttar Pradesh. So I'll make a quick run. It is a very short presentation, 11 slides, but it's a bit technical. Before moving into the presentation, let me brief about UPSGM. It's a society that had been formed in the year 2013 and majorly catering to the needs of 14 to 35-year age group, especially the dropouts for the various skilling mechanism. UP being the fifth most populous, if you take it in terms of nation, it can be analyzed as the fifth most populous nation in the world. So which means the workforce is very much available here, and they have to be properly skilled. So skilling is the vital department or the vital force that can enhance the human resource, and also does a lot of value addition for the human resource for the betterment of their employment. And on par with the nation's skill qualification framework, and we are in regular touch with the NCVET, NSDC, as well as the MSD Government of India. We do borrow their concepts, and also we do emulate their practices and replicate those things here in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Next slide, please. So what is this Aadhaar linked biometric attendance? For example, we just boast of numbers in the government saying that we do have 14 lakh of people getting trained. But I have to ensure that, or we have to foresee that we are dealing with particular bunch of people who are actually neither engineers nor doctors nor an MBA or nor a qualified professional, even being in polytechnic or an ITI. We are dealing with the residue. So the motivation levels are a question of fact, and also we have to really focus upon their attendance in such a way that the absenteeism has to be curtailed. So Aadhaar can be one such game changer where we can ensure that these particular authenticity of the data can be maintained, number one. Authenticity of the pupil also can be maintained, number two. And also the biometric attendance, that can be your iris scan or that can be your thumb impression, can always ensure the transparency within the system, because the funding that is happening for this particular mission is really very good enough, and those pilferages can be curtailed and the transparency can be induced into the system through the form of e-governance mechanisms. So as I told you, everything to ascertain the credentials of candidates, to prevent any inadvertent or intentional attempt for multiple registration, that is the duplication of data, to facilitate and ensure the benefits of the schemes can be extended and availed only by the eligible beneficiary, and also to arrest any manipulated endeavor for impersonation or registering attendance of frivolous candidates. So frivolous candidates can be contained, as well as the proxy attendance can be contained, the absenteeism can be contained, and also the payment that is going to happen from the mission will be transparent enough through the online e-governance mechanisms. Next slide, please. So these are the key stakeholders who took the role and responsibility for this Aadhaar-enabled biometric attendance system enforcement here in the state of Uttar Pradesh for the skill development mission. That is our state government, and as well as NIC, that is a technical support agency. Shritor India Limited is a public corporation authenticated by the Government of Uttar Pradesh under the Ministry of IT and Electronics, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and training providers, that is nothing but our cutting edge insurer who are really important to enable that this training happens to all those particular training partners working for the mission. And candidates can be treated in either ways, that is a training partner as well as the beneficiary of the mission, that is the pupil who are taking the skill development mission project. Next, please. So these are ecosystem partners. We have it's a bit technical. Let me make it very clear to you. This is the authentication service agency. In general, it's a next slide, please. Next slide. So authentication service agency. These are the entities who had a secured lease line connectivity with the UIDAI standards. And the second one is authentication user agency. That is nothing but our Shritor India Limited itself, that the requesting entity which uses the yes or no authentication facility provided by the UIDAI. Then the eKYC user, that is requesting the authentication user agency to be facilitated by the UIDAI. And there is a sub AUA, that is nothing but our training partner. I can further explain these things to you in the pictorial representation in the next slide. Next slide, please. So now this is really important. Look at the centralized database, that is the authentication server. So ASA is the MasterCard here. ASA is nothing but our authentication service agency. And AUA, as I told you, Shitron India Limited. If you can see on the left side, AUA, that is the authentication service agency from the UIDAI, will take access through ASA and then further link it to the AUA, that is authentication user agency. And sub AUA is none other than the UPSDM through its training partners. And if you do come to the Aadhaar holder or the authentication devices, we will have a further slide on this particular clip art. These are those particular people, that is the beneficiary is none other than the Aadhaar holder. Authentication devices are none other than your desktop or a palm top or a POS machine or whatever. And sub AUA is nothing but the training partner who is working on behalf of the mission or the mission itself directly, if you say it that way. And the mission directly reporting to the authenticated user agency, that is our public corporation, IT public corporation, that is Shitron India Limited. Apart from that, one thing that we should understand is that this entire data has to be integrated. The integration of data leads to deduplication of the data. So the deduplication further avoids or hyphenates all those particular pilferages that are happening due to multiple registrations, that are happening due to proxy attendances. So it is a dual mechanism happening at the morning hours or happening at the evening hours. The student has to reach to the spot. He has to ensure that his thumb impressions are being registered. And the thumb impression also creates a live runtime data for me, which is being monitored by the UPSDM dashboard sitting in my office itself. So today, the present attendance can be figured out by me using the upsdm.gov.in portal, where I can look into the district-wise attendance performance also, or district-wise attendance percentage also. So this is the real usage of this data. Next, please. So this is a process of rolling out the Aadhaar-based attendance. And if you can look at the UPSDM portal, upsdm.gov.in, and the candidate can directly log in, register his things over the UPSDM portal. He has to ensure his data to be loaded into the mandatory fields like Aadhaar number or mobile number or his first name and his email address and his date of birth and his gender as well as the marital status. So to ensure further authentication, we do have this captcha thing that had been incorporated with the UPSDM portal. Once the candidate registers his database into the UPSDM portal through the particular training partner, these entire things are being embedded into the system, and that embedding is further linked to the biometric attendance, and that biometric attendance or the thumb impression will create a runtime environment for me to access the present attendance that is happening in the state of Uttar Pradesh. For example, now I have to tell you, when we have really implemented this scheme, the figures that were being shown as 4 lakhs had dropped down to 32,000. Okay, people were new to the system. Let us be fair enough. People were new to the system. They were not used to this kind of methodologies, or they were not used to this kind of techniques. But right now, we are able to pull up only 3 lakh of database in the last financial year, of which I have to tell you 1.5 lakh is physically present for the training and 1.5 lakh is absent for the training. So now the thrust is upon my entire DPMUs, that is a district project management unit. They were taken on a series of video conferences saying that this district attendance percentage is very low. This district attendance percentage is okay, fine, reasonably good enough. And we are least bothered about that particular district, which is not even, which is not, let me be fair enough that we should not think about it. They are doing extremely good. So we are now hyphenating all those underperformers and also the best performers. Our focus will be more upon management by objectives, that is the underperformance to be taken into consideration. And second thing, as I told you, the absentees, almost 50% of the people are absent. So that will ensure transparency for me in terms of my payment to the training partners for the skilling mechanism. Next slide, please. So Shitron India Limited portal, this is our AUA, which I had already described to you. And if you can, please go to the next slide, please. So this is the process that we have rolled out the attendance. If you can see, I have discussed this particular thing previously itself. That is your palm top or a desktop or a POS machine, and the Shriton India Limited, the GPRS based attendance application that is linked to the attendance server, and attendance server is further linked to the CIDR, and CIDR is nothing but our ASA database, and finally the UPSDM portal application, which is all of them are interconnected. If you see that particular diagram, everyone can access this data on a runtime basis. So I can see the data of UPSDM, what is the present attendance percentage that is happening for the financial year 2022-23 or 21-22, or even if the applications were taken onto a retrospective effect, which is actually happening right now, we can even further access that data. The problem with the mission is that it is an 8-year-old institution, unlike the traditional departments, which were almost 100-years-old departments or a 70-year-old department. The mission is still in the evolving stage. It was formed in 2013 and it has come into true shape in the year 2015. So day by day, it is evolving on a regular basis. Next slide, please. So that's all, and thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, everyone who had been a participant of this particular process. If you want to see the runtime status, you can further log into upsdm.gov.in. It's a public access portal, and we are happy to show you all those presentations. If you allow me, I can also show you that particular dashboard. I have texted you something, upsdm.gov.in, if you can access that particular thing. Can you please open that website for me, the one who is handling this portal? Have you, sir? I have texted you on your chat box. Yes, sir. I have shared the ID and password also. I will change my password later. Please do take that ID and password and log into the portal using the official login. Yes, I've shared my ID and password. Please go ahead. So now you can see the center attendance details. Go to the center attendance details and take the text. I mean, take the HTML link that is 2022-23. Back to dashboard, please. Back to dashboard.
Yeah, click this, Prabhakar, back to dashboard.
Wait.
I think maybe network issue. It's taking some time.
Yes. Yeah, relogin. So not to hurry up, please. Here, wait for a while. Wait for a while. Yes. Now you come to the middle box, that is center attendance details. Okay. Yes, center attendance, and go to the left hand side, that is all. You just click that
Lord.
HTML button. No, not this one. Yes. Go to 2022-23. So now you can see the runtime data. Got it? For the particular year of the financial year 2022-23, the total candidates that were actually enrolled by us. And you can see those people who are present and who are absent on a runtime basis. Now come to the right box. That is the enrolled trainers. These are the enrolled candidates. So yes, 521 trainers that had been enrolled and 441. So this 441 will not get their pie unless until they come to the center and they ensure the training to be given. So this is nothing but a sense of transparency that we can induce. Let the numbers come down for a while, but they have to be used to this kind of methodologies to induce transparency into the system. So this is a live demo which I can give it to you, because I do sit in my office and I will ensure that these kind of things can be emulated sitting at the district level itself, because the login has a district level login also, and also a division level login. So the people can monitor the performance of division as well as the district and ensure that the scheme can be rolled out till the last mile. One major thing that went wrong with the mission is that it is not connected to the last mile, and most of our focus was upon the top-down approach than being a bottom-up approach. So now we are reiterating the system in such a way that the entire target has to be set by the district level skill development council, and the trades has to be identified by the district level skill development council, because that is the need of our. You can only pull up those pupil and also pull up pupil for those particular trades, which is the requisite for that particular district. Instead of focusing upon a top-down approach, let us go for a decentralized approach. So this is what here I'm to present about, and my sincere apologies that I'm not able to be in front of you because of my other official exigencies. And I'm glad that I've been a participant of this particular conclave, and good to meet you people, and we stay in touch and keep interacting with these kind of technical sessions, and keep sharing the knowledge. And thank you all the senior officers and all the esteemed guests and the respected dignitaries. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramsey, for sharing with us innovation in the attendance system. And I'm sure that dignitaries present here will be eager to interact with you, maybe in your Lucknow office. So if you can give us some time, we can arrange that kind of meeting in Lucknow office as well. And I would also like to take this opportunity to inform all of you that Uttar Pradesh Skill Development Mission, also the state skill partner for this prestigious event. Thank you so much, Mr. Vamsi. And also I would like to mention our partners, government supporting partners, GST, Andhra Pradesh State Higher Education Authority, National Institute of Open Learning, state partners, Government of Chhattisgarh, Government of JK, Government of Telangana, Uttarakhand Government, and state skill partner, Uttar Pradesh Skill Development Mission, and also our corporate partners. This event is powered by Autodesk, Platinum partner, People Link, Cybersecurity partner, Fortinet Gold partner, Learning Spiral, FinTech partner, Joro, associate partners, Early Salary, Gas and Finance Peer, Digital Campus partner, Colpol, and blockchain startup partner, Beyond Imagination Technologies, credential partner, True Scholar, education partner, APJ Education, university partners, Avantika and Shiksha, institute partner, group school partners, and school partner, the Orbis. Thank you so much, our partners and all our dignitaries, to come along with us to make this even a success. Thank you so much, our partners. Now, I'd like to invite Professor Saroj Sharma, Chairperson, National School of Open Learning, to share her thoughts. I know she has a meeting with the minister, so I'll request her to make her presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
First of all, I bow my head to Goddess of Wisdom, Ma Saraswati. Pillars of Indian democracy, bureaucrats, politicians I can't see, academia, member of academia, and also stakeholders of education and skill sector. Warm regards from National Institute of Open Schooling. Organizing team, especially Shivani, you are the person who made us assemble here and discuss over such an enchanting topic. And the topic which I received by you was reinventing education ecosystem for new India, governance, policies, emerging trends, and global best practices. So forgive me, it is not a gender bias because two of the women speakers have already spoken here. I have an important meeting today, so I beg your pardon. So let us focus on the topic which is here, Global Education and Skill Conclave. When we talk about education, what is education? Is every literate person is educated too? This is the first principle of education. I am a professor of education, especially teacher education. And when we come to the class, my first question is always, is every literate person is educated? Osama was having a BTech degree. Was he educated? So globally, education is modification of behavior. And skill in education, after 34 years, with a long wait, National Education Policy is on the fore. And we are the people who are in the implementation process. And what this policy talks about? This talks about access, equity, quality, and skill development. First time in independent India, any policy has talked about skill with values. And my deliberation will be, I won't take much time because many speakers, very learned speakers are here also to put their views. But first time in independent India, any policy has elaborated on skill with values, quality assurance, skill development, and India-centric education. Bharat Kendrit Shiksha. भारत की 75% जनता गांव में रहती है. There must be connect between industry, academia, and policies. Policies with quality, policies with connect. मैं जब बोल रही हूं यहाँ पे और अगर 70% ऑडियंस फोन पे रहता है, 90% स्पीकर आपस में बात करते हैं, इसका मतलब है कि कोई कनेक्ट की कमी है. And how to bring that connect in education, industry, and policies. Skilling and education policies are not a new thing in India. We are the republic who has given world the first Lichvi Ganarajya in ancient times, and from there democracy is not a new thing for India. Radhakrishnan Commission came in 1949 and it gave recommendation for higher education. In 1952, Modalir Commission came, it gave recommendation on secondary and senior secondary education. Kothari Commission was the first education commission. It gave recommendation in every aspect of education, women education, skill education, value education, and technology, medical science, law and legal studies. These were the recommendation of Kothari Commission. That is why it is called Indian Education Commission. New Education Commission was in 1986. And after that, this policy, this education, this is called National Education Policy 2020, has given recommendation, what I am saying, access, equity, quality, and skill development. In 1937 in Wardha, Gandhi ji gave Nai Talim. Recommendation of Nai Talim. The basic education boards were established in different states of India. And what was this Nai Talim? 90% जहां पे निरक्षर लोग हों, illiterate हों, there this basic education was needed because education was luxury that time for parents. आप बच्चों को भेजते हैं, there he learns conventional education as well as the skill. This was the concept of Gandhiji's Nai Talim, and in Hindu Swaraj, he has very rightly written what kind of India he wants to see after 50 years. But after 75 years, हम 15 अगस्त को 75 साल के हो जाएंगे, आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मनाया जा रहा है. Have we been able to achieve our goals? And again, I'll discuss about UNESCO's Sustainable Development Goal. UNESCO ने एक बहुत अच्छी कमेटी बनाई थी, Deller Commission. Deller Commission talked about what kind of education should be there in world. And it talked about 4 pillars of education: learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together. It also gave recommendation on environmental education, peace education, value education. And after that, Millennium 2020 goals. Millennium 2020 goals, there were 8 goals suggested by UNESCO to achieve all the countries of the world. But alas, हमारी जैसे पंचवर्षीय योजना फेल हुई, वैसे ही Millennium 2020 हम नहीं पा पाए. क्यों नहीं पा पाए? Because there was a lack of connect. जो कनेक्ट अगर मुझ में और आप में नहीं होता है, आप में और मुझ में नहीं होता है, their Millennium 2020 goal fails. And after that, UNESCO gave Millennium 2030 goals, and education is in the 4th part of this Millennium 2030 goals. And what national education policy I'm talking about, it is under the ambit of Sustainable Development Goals and UNESCO's Millennium 2030 goals. Now I'll come to skill. I am representing here world's largest open schooling system, that is National Institute of Open Schooling. It has mandate. It is one of 2 national boards. One is CBSE and another is ours in an open and distance mode. And not only with Ministry of Education, we have MOU with Ministry of Skill, Jan Shikshan Sansthan. We are training, we are educating 34 lakhs of laborers of unorganized sectors. We have been training 13 lakhs of DLED teachers. So this kind of system is, I'm discussing with you that we have MOU with ITI. We have system of academic credit bank. We have system of transfer of credits. These kind of new things are there. We have World Bank projects in certain tribal areas. Madam, you talked about ASHA workers. We are into certification process of ASHA health workers. So these kind of things. We have Hunar project in Varanasi, the PM's constituency. We are into tribal areas, we are into aviation sector, and we have been given mandate to teach and certify the Agni Veers of Agnipath scheme. So these kind of diverse areas we are looking into, and being into open and distance mode education sector, and also being in the skilling. Recently, NCVT chairman, Mr. Kalsi and other 8 members we have launched credit framework, unified credit framework, where the conventional mode of education will be integrated with skill education. So the things are going to be changed. NSQF compliance skill will be part of education sector. So let's hope these kind of paradigm shift will come. But again, my question is, very learned speakers are here and they will elaborate over this. But being an education person, being a professor of academia and also chairperson of one of autonomous body of Government of India, I have certain concern. क्या जो हम इंजीनियर दे रहे हैं वो करप्शन फ्री है? Is the doctor who is into medication process, जो चिकित्सा कर रहा है वो करप्ट नहीं है, जो हिप्पोक्रेटिस की शपथ लेता है। हमारे यहाँ चरक सुश्रुत बहुत पहले से है। कोरोना टाइम में वी हैव विटनेस्ड मेनी थिंग्स, बहुत कुछ कालाबाजारी हुई इंजेक्शन से लेके हर चीज में। क्या आपको नहीं लगता उस डॉक्टर में वैल्यू सिस्टम होना चाहिए? द लॉयर, आतंकवादी के लिए भी हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक पहुंच जाते हैं और रात को अदालत खटखटाते हैं। दैट काइंड ऑफ वैल्यू सिस्टम, आर वी एस्टेब्लिशिंग दैट काइंड ऑफ वैल्यू सिस्टम इन आवर स्टूडेंट्स? आर वी प्रोड्यूसिंग सच काइंड ऑफ स्किल्ड पर्सन in the society? And I always believe that education is a service sector and we are nurturing the human race. हम पे जिम्मेदारी है, और अगर हमने इस ह्यूमन रेस को कैरेक्टर के साथ समाज में नहीं दिया तो we will fail as educationists, we will fail as bureaucrat, and we will fail as policy makers. So skills with value system, education with character is the dire need in today's scenario, and a happy national education policy talks about it. And as a stakeholder of education sector and as well as skill sector, we have greater responsibility. I request you all, IAS mission में जुड़े, भारत को आगे ले जाएं, और भारत ने दुनिया पे तलवार से जीत नहीं की है। भारत ज्ञान महाशक्ति बना है, और नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी का मैंडेट है टू बी अ नॉलेज सुपर पावर। सो लेट्स बी अ नॉलेज सुपर पावर एंड चेरिश these kind of academic conclave. So congratulations APAC आपको इतने अच्छे विषय पे सबको इकट्ठा करने का, and thank you for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Saroj Sharma, Chairperson, National School of Open Learning. Indeed, the kind of vast work being done by National School of Open Learning. You talked about the data and also talked about the value-based education system. Thank you so much for enlightening all of us on that front. Now, may I request Dr. B. Chandrasekhar, Executive Director, Excel India Limited, to share his views with us. A huge round of applause for him as well, please.
Thank you, my dais, colleagues on the dais. I had spoken already some of the thing on national education policy. I was also willing to speak on that little bit and give a guidance to this group. Namaskar, good morning to all. Eminent educationists, academicians, distinguished guests, friends, and co-speakers on my dais, and organizers of the conclave. I'm thankful for me inviting me to this conclave. I should thank my colleague Manas, who drove me here to speak and tell that, okay, your education vision should guide this group. Thanks, Manas, for taking me here. And wherever I go, I talk on national education policy, but I go a little bit out towards the implementation side. But yes, here I will try to little bit give some guidance on what is the key focus areas, what is that we need to do from the learning aspects from the previous, the education, the path we have gone through. I'm sure the two-day event will be a unique in bringing together education planners, education policy specialists, academicians, media, and the education fraternity who are engaged in the specialized area, and to deliberate on this important topic, Global Education and Skills Conclave. I think today we have been, in the last one decade, we have been talking about whenever we speak on education, skills also comes through. It means that we have focused more on relevance, employability, and employment together. So let me begin my with a quote of our beloved rocket scientist and President of India, mentioning that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. I'm sure we are doing that. That's what our Honorable PM has initiated several schemes, programs in the new form, including the new education policy. We've been involved in several of the national programs. We can see the whole change in the mission mode programs, whether it is digitalization or whether it is education or education combined with skills is transforming. I'm sure these skills will prepare our younger generation to meet the future. Let me give some insights which is relevant to the two-day deliberations. I'm sure you will be discussing more on this, which is relevant, informative, and innovations we undergo to face the challenges in the years to come. I'm sure this is the right time we are talking. We have completed 1 year of national education policy. The challenges still remain as daunting as that we need to increase our collective effort. But I'm pleased to say that there are progress in terms of preparedness at all levels, the policy level and the institutions. I'm sure that the chairman NIO has also spoke that yes, we are going through transformation. It's good to hear. NCRT has formed its National Curriculum Framework Committee, which is again deliberating on the revised curriculum. The AICT is in its own way. UGC and NAC is also on the other side. To this extent, national education policy is set to for the new directions for the Indian education system. We have seen the conventional, traditional system. Whatever we have gone through, yes, we have come to a level, but we can see still we need a lot of innovation so that younger generation learners have more access to the kind of information which can meet the global skill needs. Of course, we are going into the knowledge hub. Again, my pre-speakers already mentioned about that. So majorly, the national education policy focuses on homogenizing the higher education sector through systemic changes. At the same time, at the school level, there is a drive towards learner-centric approach. Certainly, I think the post-COVID, pre-COVID had made us technology-enabled learners. So India is a country of opportunity, and the national education policy seeks to establish itself as a destination of choice for students from across. The world is changing rapidly, and for the education to continue and fuel the growth and prosperity, systems must adapt to the changing world. To this end, I have 3 things to share. I'm sure I will not take much time, but briefly mention about. First and foremost, we must invest heavily in the early years of education of the learners. Certainly, the new education policy has already included the early childhood education, which is again coming in the right way. But today, millions of young children are not receiving what they need to reach their full potential. Their development is constrained by lack of nutrition. Again, still we are talking about that and we are mulling through that. Lack of stimulation, limited early learning, and by exposure to other sorts is a form of a neglect. Second, what we need to rethink what we teach and how children learn. Again, we talk about, technological adaptability and what is more. This means that fully leveraging what we know about science of learning and the skill children will need to thrive for the future. To prosper in a rapidly changing world, all children need more than a basic education. That's what we are talking about, skills, relevance, and its applications. Education is not only an important for economic growth and prosperity, but education is also critical in promoting the peace, social cohesion. So what we teach and what children learn should reflect the diversity of cultures, promote respect and understanding. Finally, the education system must provide relevant skills for today's market and jobs for the future. In global economy, growth, innovation demand an educated, skilled and engaged workforce. Certainly, we must dramatically increase our aspirations for both the quantity and quality attributes. Today, there is a clear mismatch between skills provided by education systems and the jobs required by the skill market. Let me quote Honorable PM's word. The new education policy has sown the seeds for starting a new era, will give a new direction to the 21st century in India. Certainly, the new education policy have got all these attributes clubbed together. I'm sure as an education think tank policymakers, educationists, all relevant stakeholders in the ecosystem will be able to build on these core values and policies emanating from this two-day conclave. I thank once again for all the education fraternity who have gathered here for important deliberations. I'm sure there'll be good takeaways by the end of the second day. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Dr. B. Chandrasekhar, Executive Director of ETSEL, for sharing with us the importance of why National Education Policy 2020 is important, the kind of emphasis it has given to early childhood learning, and also we all have read the draft of the National Education Policy. It has also given utmost importance to technology innovation, also for the higher education as well, and also for skilling. So I think, and that's why the agenda, if you see our 2 days program, we have tried to touch base upon various aspects of NEP as well while forming the agenda, so that that kind of knowledge exchange can happen. And you talked about the deliberations will be made today and tomorrow. We'll be coming up with the event report, which we'll be sharing with the stakeholders, so that some action can be taken based on the discussion today and tomorrow. So this event is just not the end, just the beginning. I'll see it as a beginning, so that some work can be done on ground level in terms of policy making or how to implement NEP in its true spirit. That can be worked on. Thank you so much, Dr. B. Chandrasekhar. So till now, we have heard the perspective from the government dignitaries and the thought leaders from the government ecosystem, if I may say so. Let's have a perspective from the industry, because as we all know, to make it successful, the education, the marriage and amalgamation of government and industry coming together has to happen. So and here we have with us the industry leader, Mr. Dipankar Bhattacharya, head of India and ASEAN Education Enterprises, Autodesk. And we all know Autodesk is a leader when it comes to design and manufacturing for software for the design aspect. So over to you, Mr. Dipankar Bhattacharya. Huge round of applause for him, please.
Yeah, I'm actually in the cusp of morning and afternoon. It's just 12, so let me wish good morning and good afternoon. Eminent speakers on the dais, other senior academicians, and other people who are present here in this Global Education and Skill Conclave. First of all, on behalf of Autodesk, I'd like to thank the entire team of APAC News Network for having invited us to this August gathering. So my name is Dipankar, and I'm leading the education initiatives for Autodesk based out of Bangalore. The topic is reinventing education in New India. So governance, policies, emerging trends, and best practices. As a technology leader, obviously, we don't have a real say in the governance and policies as such. That's for the government to mandate the policies. But what I will focus is primarily on the emerging trends and the best practices. So many of the eminent speakers have already spoken about the national education policy. And Madam also spoke about how the world has changed in the post-pandemic era. So I'm not going to repeat those points. But what I will do is, from an Autodesk standpoint, how are we reinventing education, and how are we aligning with the national education policy? Now, when the national education policy was rolled out in 2020, I think one of the key areas which really aligns with Autodesk as a technology leader is kind of having a more flexible curriculum, introducing interdisciplinary education with project-based learning outcomes. I think that's very, very important, because while the book knowledge is very, very important, but how the student can work in a collaborative environment, in a team, use the relative technologies, and how they can actually do experiential learning is the need of the hour. So that is where Autodesk as a technology leader is focusing on. So why are we focusing on education, and what's our goal behind it? So if you really look at Autodesk as a company, we are primarily focused on design and manufacturing, digital tools for design and manufacturing. So there was a NSDC report which talked about a 90 million skills gap in design and in various manufacturing roles. And this is till the end of 2020, and this skills gap is going to increase as we move forward in the next decade or so. So if you look at 90 million across different job roles in manufacturing, I think Autodesk can contribute significantly in some of the job roles in the manufacturing sector. If you look at the traditional disciplines of engineering where Autodesk is focusing on, primarily the mechanical and the civil engineering discipline, whenever I go to an engineering institution and colleges, I see that the intake is reducing in mechanical and civil, and the intake is increasing in computer science and electronics and other disciplines. But if you look around, with the population increasing, recently there was an article that we are going to surpass, the population of China very, very soon. And today we are at about 7.5 billion population. And by 2050, we are expected to be at about 10 billion population. So when the population is increasing, especially the middle class population, it calls for a lot of infrastructure, it calls for a lot of communication devices, it calls for houses. It actually calls for introducing newer and newer products into the market. And statistics show that with this increase in the population, approximately about 372,000 products need to be introduced into the market every year. Okay, so what does this bring me to? This brings me to that the traditional way the mechanical engineering and civil engineering is working, I think we need to move away from the traditional civil and mechanical engineering job roles and move to newer and emerging job roles that are the need of the hour for the industry today. So while we have a very, very good foundational curriculum, I think this foundational curriculum needs to be blended with what the industry requires, okay, with newer technology. Things like, I'm talking more from a design and manufacturing standpoint, things like additive manufacturing, design for manufacturing, generative design, embedded electronics, and so on and so forth. So I think the foundational curriculum, along with the blend of the industry requirements, is what will actually have graduate engineers, especially in mechanical and conventional disciplines of engineering, to get newer job roles in the industry. If I talk to any manufacturing industry, let's say Larsen and Toubro or TVS, all of them recruit engineers, and once they recruit the engineers, they have finishing schools where they invest 1 year in training and retraining them. And so if they are able to deploy them right away, then those engineers and designers would be suitable for the newer job roles. And that is the only way that we can increase the demand for mechanical engineering, moving away from the traditional roles into the newer job roles. Because the reason behind all this is because of automation. Okay, if you really look at 80% of the skills that were trained earlier can now be outperformed by machines. So those skills become redundant, but there is a huge opportunity in front of us. We have a huge student population up to the age bracket of 25. So my sincere request to all the government stakeholders is that, the national education policy is definitely a good framework, but let us go ahead and implement some of the changes that are required by the industry and bring in those additional subjects into the curriculum. I'm given to understand when I met up with the AICTE chairman, Professor Anil Sasrabuddhe, that Professor B. Ravi, chair professor of IIT Bombay, is working on the macro level curriculum framework, which will be announced very, very shortly. So we really have given our inputs, but I think once the curriculum becomes flexible, introduce these new subjects, partner with companies like Autodesk and other technology leaders in other complementing areas, and bring in those curriculum either in the regular curriculum or in the elective curriculum or as value-added programs and so on and so forth. Then I think we will be in a position through which you can fulfill the demands of the industry. Because one of the things that we really need to look at, and I'm going to end my presentation with an example here. If you look at General Motors, now one of the goals of General Motors is to bring in about 20 variants of the electric vehicle by 2023. So each electric vehicle, you won't believe, has about 30,000 components in an electric vehicle. So when they look at designing an electric vehicle, they look at what are the typical characteristics of it. What does the consumer look at? One is the customer experience. The other thing that the consumers look at is the mileage, okay? The other thing is the lightweighting of the vehicle, okay? And the fuel efficiency of the vehicle. So when you look at all these parameters, GM as a manufacturer of the electric vehicle has to take all those considerations in view and then use technologies like generative design to actually design the electric vehicle. And why I am talking of generative design, because generative design is a technology which will change the way the designers are going to be working. So students need to really get adapted to generative design. Generative design is no more a passive design, it's an intelligent form of design where the computer algorithm through machine learning and artificial intelligence will basically give you different iterative design based on input parameters, and then you will get a set of iterative designs and then come up with the final design. So Autodesk as a company is working with generative design in designing the seat bracket of the new electric vehicle, which will actually reduce the weight. I don't remember the figures, but by reducing the weight of one component out of the 30,000 components, it brings in a lot of efficiency into the vehicle. So basically, I want to end my presentation with this thought of that we are here as a technology leader to inspire the next generation, engage with the next generation of designers and engineers, and prepare them for the jobs of the future. So thank you very much once again, and thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dipankar Bhattacharya, for sharing with us your thoughts on where Autodesk can collaborate with the government ecosystem for inspire future generations and upgrade them or make them ready for the future need of the skilling factor. And as you said that foundational curriculum, the need of the hour is the blending of foundational curriculum with the need of the industry. And I'm sure there Autodesk can play a role by partnering with the policy-making bodies of the country so that we can inspire the youth of the country who can be future-ready in terms of job role and skill workforce. Thank you so much. We can have another perspective from the industry. We have with us Amit Shah, National Head People Link Unified Communications. A big round of applause for him as well. Over to you, Mr. Amit.
A very good afternoon to honorable dignitaries present on the stage. A very good afternoon to the audience, and a very good afternoon to people who are hearing us out virtually here. I would like to thank APAC News Network for having the Global Education Skills Conclave organized, and we're proud to be associated with APAC as a platinum partner, predominantly because PeopleLink as an organization, duly supports the cause of catalyzing transformation in the education industry through technology and research, especially in a world where education and virtual classroom market will, in terms of the growth, if you talk about the education and the virtual classroom market, will reach at an estimated value of $193 billion and at a growth, a CAGR, a compound annual growth rate of 16.7% year on year in the period between 2021 to 2028. This is where the technology comes into picture. This is where, solution providers like PeopleLink, we've been the pioneers in this industry since last 15 years now in the video communication solutions, as well as the virtual classroom solutions. If I talk about, PeopleLink, we have been the flag bearers in this industry in terms of the Make in India solutions. So we are the Make in India manufacturers for virtual classrooms, smart classroom, and unified communication solutions, who have not just deployed its solutions in a lot of IITs, IIMs, IIITs, NITs, central universities, state universities, private schools and colleges, but have also exported our solutions to 20 plus different countries in the globe. We are headquartered in Hyderabad, and we've got a state-of-the-art manufacturing unit in Hyderabad itself. Right? We've been associated with GEM, and we've been supporting our government buyers by providing a complete portfolio on government e-market portal on GEM. We've been a class 1 manufacturer on GEM, and we matched all the compliances and certifications required to provide the best-in-class solutions in terms of ISO certifications, in terms of CE, FCC, ROHS, and BIS certifications that are required as a mandate for the country. We've also partnered, I would like to have a word. We've also partnered with HCL here. Chandrasekhar sir is here. So we also partnered with HCL here to provide the best-in-class virtual classroom and smart classroom solutions to the government schools, colleges, organizations, and departments in the country. PeopleLink has been recently awarded as, the best smart classroom solution provider in the country by the Times Group. We've also been awarded as the best video conferencing solution provider by Ministry of Electronics and IT, where, they launched a Make in India video conferencing challenge way back in 2021, and there were 2,200 participants in this competition, out of which we were, ranked as the top 3 video conferencing solution providers. Now, what brings us all here together is an urge to brainstorm and find out ways, like Madam very correctly mentioned, the importance of technology in ensuring that we impart high quality education to each and every student from the metro cities to the remotest villages of the country. That is what has actually brought us all here, if I put together in one sentence. This is where technology comes into picture. This is where PeopleLink has spent almost 15 years to solve each and every problem and bring the best-in-class technology to offer digital and virtual classroom solutions offering to its esteemed clients. Our technology solutions cover all 5 major components which are required to make a smart classroom or a virtual classroom experience a world-class experience, and predominantly what ensures is that the students who are sitting remotely, who are using the solutions remotely, they should feel that they're physically present in the class. That's the major agenda of providing a world-class experience to all the students across the globe. So if I talk about the major components in any smart classroom or a virtual classroom kind of a requirement, which is a very, very, in-demand requirement for all the education institutes of converting their, physical classrooms to smart classrooms. So we were the world's first company to launch the world's first virtual classroom digital podiums, which had an inbuilt solution to transmit the audio to the remote participants, to transmit the audio in the local sound reinforcement, and to also ensure that the foreign participants are talking back with the proper echo cancellation and noise cancellations. We were the company who had launched the world's first 4K-enabled video conferencing solution and a complete LMS platform or a school management platform with these video communication, 4K-enabled video communication as a part of it. We We have the best-in-class video experience through artificial intelligence-enabled automatic lecturer tracking and student tracking cameras. We've got the best-in-class audio experience solutions for ceiling microphones with an integrated DSP technology. We've got the world-class Android and Windows-based 4K interactive displays nowadays, which are replacing the whiteboards as a technology altogether, which are specifically meant for virtual classrooms. If I talk about our premium customers, I am Indore, I am Mumbai, IIT Mumbai, I am Bangalore, IIT Kharagpur, Triple IT Hyderabad, Triple IT Raipur, IIT Gandhinagar, I am Ahmedabad, right? Hundreds of NITs are using the solutions, and 5,000 plus schools and colleges across the country are using the solutions. They stand the testimony of our superior technology offerings. In fact, I'm proud to be sitting next to one of our proud users, Professor Rajat Muna from IIT Bhilai. He has been a PeopleLink user himself. Right. So out of these deployments that we've spoken about, majority of these deployments have also happened under the Rashtriya Uchitar Shiksha Abhiyan mission of Government of India, the Rashtriya Madhyam Shiksha Abhiyan, RMSA, Rashtriya Madhyam Shiksha Abhiyan, the SSA, Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, and we are proud to be partnered with the Government of India to provide all our services to all the education institutes, be it private, be it government, be it a university, be it a college, be it a government department, be it a corporate department, who have their trainings, like how Madam very correctly said that, we are now in a position, or we have to start training teams and not individuals. So if we want to train teams, if we want to train huge numbers, that's where the technology is going to, bridging the gap, and will ensure that we'll support all the organizations across the country to bridge this gap. I would like to thank APAC once again for having us as partners in the Global Education and Skill Conclave and letting us keep our views and solutions in front of such a wonderful audience. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Meet Shah, for highlighting various solutions you're providing for the education sector, for the video conferencing sector. And it's a Make in India product, as you have said, and not only Make in India, but also you're making it for the world. As you have said, you're exporting to the world as well. Thank you so much. You talked about Professor Rajat Muna. We all know the acumen of Professor Rajat Muna, the director of Indian Institute of Technology, Bhilai. But we have been interacting for last 10, 15 years as the head of CDAC. So, big round of applause for Professor Rajat Muna, director, Indian Institute of Technology, Bhilai.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everybody here, all my fellow guests, and people from media, people from education, people from government. I think today, let me first of all thank APAC News Network for inviting me here. And the topic that we have today is on education and skill conclave. I thought I will actually talk about some very philosophical issues here, even though our friends from government have talked about policy changes that have actually been their enabling factors for the education and skill. Our friends from industry have talked about what technological solutions that they have. I think I'm going to actually restrict, as my academic hat on my head, I will probably be talking a little more in terms of philosophy here. I think I will actually take knowledge as a definition first. Knowledge is the one which actually sees no bounds, right? And philosophically, I will connect this knowledge to some other parts. If I look at the joy, again, we have been told a number of times that joy has no bounds. And if we look at the third thing, which is signal, let's say in digital domain, bits and bytes, again, they have no bounds. Okay? Now, these three things, therefore, without bounds, have a natural affinity to connect to each other. Every other thing that we talk of, whether it's a governance, whether we talk of industry, whether we talk of schools, colleges, this, that, everything comes with a bound, either geographical bound or the country borders or whatever. And these are all artificial, man-made bounds, which in some way start becoming restrictive. NEP 2020, which has been launched, suddenly is a very interesting thing because it tries to break some of these bounds. Okay, limited, but I think is a major revolutionary step to see how bounds can be broken. Interdisciplinary education, choices to people to actually fine-tune their own curriculum. And I think these kind of things are becoming boundless, and that's the need for our. COVID essentially put everybody under bound, and the education was the first one to came out of bound using another technology which was boundless, using internet. Lot of things have happened. The acceleration of technology in education was unprecedented in last 2 years. It doesn't mean that everything was right. It doesn't mean that everything was rosy picture. We still know that our children in homes were given these mobile phones. They were hooked to mobile phones and not hooked to classes. The education that was imparted was not the quality education that one would actually imagine to have been there using offline. Nonetheless, online education, online technologies was a great substitute for offline because offline was not a possibility. But it actually taught us a very, very strong lesson. And that lesson is that we actually know how to circumvent our ways along pandemics, along various other situations that can, for example, come today or tomorrow. Things like wars. We already see today Russia and Ukraine war actually has changed so much of thing in the world. The wars which are actually because of protection of man-made bounds is actually strongly opposed to knowledge, is strongly opposed to joy, is strongly opposed to internet. All three are boundless things. Now, having said that, let us see how these things can actually move forward and have better coordination and better collaborations. Even today, we actually have, I think, nascent of technologies space that we are looking at. I think some of people at my time and maybe even older than me will probably recognize the telephones. And it was a nightmare to make a telephone call. It was a nightmare to make a telephone call across, your city to, so-called trunk dialing, okay, or which basically became STD calls and all that. It was impossible to make international calls. The only way you could actually communicate was by what is known as inland letters or postcards and all that. We belong to that era where bits had started streaming into our lives, but it was still far much faster to go on a cycle and deliver a letter to a department across than to actually send an email. And the email, you could actually see every character really passing through, on the terminals. UUCP protocols, some of you might remember that. I think we have come a long way in 3 to 4 decades. Today, internet, today, data is a given thing. But what is not given thing is still the ease of technology. Still one has to funnel in order, if I have to give an online lecture, at least it will require 20 minutes of preparation of not on the material that I would be delivering, but on the technology, saying this particular link has to be done, this particular speaker has to be turned on, this particular light has to be turned on, camera has to be at this angle, mobile has to be at this angle, laptop has to be this, you cannot have two devices on, and all kind of restrictions that start coming. And believe me, in this jingle of technology, people who actually completely get lost are those who are experts in their own domain, who have developed the expertise over years, because they actually do not find friendly mechanism of using technology. I think that technology should be in such a way that I come, stand here, press a button, and within 5 to 10 seconds, I'm connected where I want to. No preparation time. It should be like a telephone call today. When I want to make a telephone call, I go through my contact list, press a button, and I get connected. It should not be telephone calls of 1960s where I don't have a dialer on my phone and I pick up a phone and I call somebody and say I want to make a telephone call of this 5-digit number, and they then wait for 5 hours, 1 digit to be connected per hour on an average, to actually go and talk to the other side, and only to realize that communication still doesn't happen. We have to get out of that mode of technology. Technology has to be user-friendly. It is without bound, yes. But more and more non-user friendliness, whether to the student or to the teacher, it kind of puts people apart from here. They don't connect, they disconnect. Whereas the technology was to actually connect. So this is something that we need to keep in mind. And the second thing that I want to actually say, why we could not impart that quality education. Where did we go wrong in this? And I think this is something that we need to ponder on that. I think around us, when we look at, very few people are seeker of the knowledge, right? You can see this in your families, you can see in your friend circles, you can see everywhere. Very few people are truly the knowledge seekers. A large number of people are certificate seekers, are mark seekers, are job seekers. And when they go into the job, that's here another thing. Very few people are really job seekers. They are really salary seekers. They really are, job is equivalent to salary. And that's why I want to bring this third notion, and that's called joy. Joy is unbounded. Joy doesn't see, joy in India is not very different from joy in Pakistan and joy in Iran and joy in London. Joy is the same. We need to learn how to enjoy the things that we need to do. And I think in our education system, we start putting people under boundaries right from schools. To a class 2 student, we say, no, you cannot do this. You have to do your problem in this method only, because that's the way it is taught. You skip chapter number 2 because it's never going to be asked in the exam paper. Learn from chapter 3 and chapter 4. And this is systematic. It is in the schools, it is in the homes, it is in the friend circle. I think we have been suppressing the natural feeling of seeking knowledge. If the student was not interested in chapter 2, I understand, don't teach him chapter 2. If the student is interested in chapter 2, please don't show him the mirror of exam saying in exam chapter 2 will not come. I think inquisitiveness of the student is killed right at the time when it's a time for nurturing such feelings, nurturing such values. And when they come into education, at higher education, we suddenly demand many more things. Okay? We say, okay, as a higher education, you are supposed to be industry leader. You are supposed to be creating jobs. You are supposed to be innovative. Innovation to pehle khatam kar diya. That is something that I think we need to ponder about, because this is where we as a system will go wrong. NEP 2020 or any other policy which could be an enabling factor cannot really enable the education to that level till we actually come and start changing the society itself. Start working on those changes, and the changes will happen from our homes, from our neighbors, from our schools, from our colleges, at every place. It starts with we ourselves. Failure is the one that actually engages a person because he tried to do something. A young boy, when he starts to learn walking, he stands, falls, fails in walking. The parent don't come say, you are most idiot boy that I have seen who can't even walk. Look at your friends who can walk. No, it doesn't happen. The kid falls, stands again, walks. Falls again, stands again, walks. Failures are the one that are worth enjoying, celebrating, because it is the failure that makes a person to go onto the path of learning. If the person comes learned already and has no reason to fail, I think that's where the end of knowledge seeking starts. That I think we need to actually look at. So that's the reason I thought I will connect the three things: knowledge, which is boundless; joy of knowledge, which should be there to be the boundless; and the technology. These three things together can change the world. We have heard how India can be a superpower. Tell me a reason when India could not have been the superpower of education. 10 years back, could India not be the superpower? 20 years back, could India not be the superpower? 40 years back, could India not be the superpower of education? If at all, India has delivered a lot of knowledge to everywhere in the world. So what has changed today? Why do we think 10 years down the line, India will be the superpower? Till we stop forcing ourselves, bounds upon ourselves, we can never be the superpower. We need to learn how to remove bounds from ourselves. Every other policy, every other process will get aligned to that. And that is my thing that I can see in the future, that yes, if we change, things will change. And now, having said that, I do see changes happening. I do see people coming up and questioning, saying, why are you doing this? It was never the case. People were more submissive. So things are changing, and in my opinion, these are the reasons why India will likely to become a superpower of education around, but we have to change the way we think, right? And that's very important. So today, when we talk of NEP 2020, yes, I see a lot of enabling factors there. Lot of things to say bounds have been removed. Lot of things to say innovation must be encouraged. These are words. We need to put action into these words, and that is the one that will then propel us to be the superpower of education. And I once again stop here and wish this particular conclave to be a big success. If we can take this mantra and be the change agents of the future, it would be the worthwhile effort. Thank you very much.
It's always a pleasure listening to Professor Rajat Muna, and most of the time he speaks from his heart rather than mine, and that's how he can come up with a superb interpretation of boundless knowledge, that is the relation between knowledge, joy of having those knowledge, and how technology can integrate all those things to make our future brighter. Thank you so much, Professor Rajat Muna, for enlightening all of us with your wisdom. Let's have a perspective from Professor Lakshmidhar Behera, Director.
To this Global Education and Skills Conclave by APAC. I would start from where my good friend Professor Rajat started. Joy must be the process of self-exploration. Joy must be the process of educating oneself. Joy must be the process by which we understand our nature and we contribute based on our nature to the global harmony. I will just let you know that this NEP, National Education Policy, while we look forward to a holistic education pattern, what is missing is actually the consciousness paradigm. A consciousness-driven education. We are all conscious beings. Consciousness pervades everywhere, from plants to aquatics to insects, birds, animals, human beings. We are all conscious agents. But when you force these conscious agents to be sterile, programmed, procedural, then all kind of problems, they do crop up. With all the progresses that we have made, we still have this similar problem the world is facing. Whether it is global warming, environmental crisis, the problem of food security and food safety. There are innumerable problems, but these problems, they will not disappear just because we create certain educational set-off. Most important is that where is our consciousness? We are not able to see things in a holistic way, in the framework of whole and part. Two examples I will quote to make my point a little clear. In 2019, I went to China as a consultant to a school program that is being conducted by Chinese DJI Matrix group in Shenzhen. And they invited, or they recruited 100 best school students, 11th and 12th graders. All over China, 100 students, they brought them, they put them in a camp. And they were teaching them for a month, and after a month, they will give a problem to solve. And then there is a competition. So when I interacted with these students, what I found out, amazingly, that they are school students, and while solving the problem, of course it's related to robotics and AI, they could tell the technical words, that's music to my ear, because even most of our undergraduates, they pass out. They don't use such thing at IIT. That's from my experience. Some of the students said that they have used extended Kalman filtering based estimation technique. Some of them said that they are using model predictive control to track the trajectory. And these are all school students. I was thinking, how could they learn it? So basically, they learned because they were given a hands-on experience using Arduino board, Raspberry Pi, motors, sensors, assembling them, doing things from the scratch, making a product, realizing that how this product would work. And from those whole set of experience, they started going deep. Oh, I have a system now. There are certain problems I have to solve. And from there, they learn the ideas, whether it is EKF-based tracking or model predictive control and so forth. I was amazed. When I came back, I wanted the same thing to replicate at IIT Kanpur. I wrote to the director, but you know that after that the pandemic started, and then I recently changed to IIT Mandi. And after reaching IIT Mandi, first thing I did is that we have to start the school program. We also did the same thing from Himachal Pradesh. We collected 100 students. There are 1,200 applicants. Through an written test, we took 100. And now these hundreds are going through a school camp at IIT Mandi. And what I'm happy to let you know that these boys and girls who are there in the camp, not only they are learning and building things, but they're very happy. They are at IIT Mandi with good ambience, learning things by doing, and simultaneously we are also giving certain Indian knowledge system based to see things in a holistic perspective, and a very good way of understanding things, not just that I have to understand this thing, but creating a curiosity in them. So while we are doing that, we simultaneously we are doing a summer workshop for our own students at IIT Mandi. I took some of my students from IIT Kanpur, whom, because for last 2-3 years while I was at IIT Mandi, IIT Kanpur, we created a system where people again do things from the scratch and then ask questions why this is working. So instead of teaching them what is an op-amp, what is an integrated circuit, what is an amplifier, what is a microcontroller, they need to themselves understand this, their need for them, and ask question and solve that problem. So there is a design practicum course at IIT Mandi, so where some of the typical problems are given to IIT Mandi students. For example, in Himachal Pradesh, you get this acrod, walnuts. One of the problem in walnut there, they grow a lot of walnut, but to bring values to that, you need equipment by which you can crack those hard cover such that the inner thing is not broken. So a problem, design an instrument that can break these walnuts, right? So similar kind of problem, like, for example, monkey menace is a big menace in Himachal Pradesh. They destroy the not only fruits, varieties of crops a lot. So one problem is that, can you create some kind of device that will create a warning system and will drive away these animals? So these kind of problems are given. So, but these boys, although this program is there already in IIT Mandi, they don't have any formal education. How to really, before you are given a problem, you need to have certain basics. So during this summer, we created a course called Foundations of Design Practicum. So in this particular lab, we put all the devices that can be used, whether it is a 3D printer, CNC, lathe, PCB fabrication, motors, sensors, everything were kept. And it's almost like more than 100 hours of lecture. Students learned using your 360 Fusion CAD tool, how to design systematically a device which will hold its motor in a place, where the Raspberry Pi will be fit in, where will the onboard computer, the motors, and everything. They have to really think about things, and they have to design it. and then they fabricate it then and there. And then they embed electronics into this device. And after that, once this particular thing is done, they have to control it using a smartphone. So basically, he learns A to Z of a hands-on experience of building a prototype, embedding electronics, and finally making it to work, right? So just, before I came, almost everybody design practicum students were there, and this group demonstrated their products while controlling from a smartphone. Everything very nicely designed. And of course, they designed a autonomous robot that can be controlled from a smartphone. And they learned so many things. And this is a course that will be floated in the first semester when the students come. So basically, when you give a hands-on experience to the students that want to do, the higher concepts, they naturally go. Whether it is, once they're there, they have to make this robot autonomous. Obviously, they would ask the concepts like EK-based tracking or model predictive control. They automatically come because they know now they have something, they have to make it functional. So this hands-on based learning is something we are missing in our educational system. And I think time has come. We need to change our paradigm of education, simply going to the blackboard and teaching the theory, but without ever giving them certain experience. So while this is just one bit that we experimented, and I'm hopefully sure that this is going to change the aptitude or the way we want to teach, and this can be taken into so many ways. The other aspect I would like to tell you, in 2012, we took a land in Vrindavan to start a Gurukul, 100 acres of land. When I took that land, I didn't know, because we were looking for a bigger land, such that because we wanted a holistic education to be imparted. People should live in a natural environment, and they must feel that how in the nature we are all in a symbiotic relationship coexist. To execute that, we needed a big land, but later we realized this land is sterile, alkaline, full of salt. Even the water is salty. Deep down, we went even 1,000 feet, water is salty. And then we asked for a soil conservationist, district agriculture officer. Everybody came to our land, and they said, you can't do anything here. Full stop. But we have paid money, and we had something to do. So I sent some of my colleagues there. They got trained by Subhas Palekar in doing natural farming. Natural farming is simple thing, is that in cow dung you have these microbes, and using a stimulating environment, like you add some jaggery, add some besan powder or channa powder, and grow these microbes into billions, and sprinkle every 15 days in the land. The moment they start living in that land becomes livable and hence fertile. This killed the very idea of soil fertility that we teach to our students in terms of its calcium content, this nitrogen content, this content, that content. In the same very land, not only we have now 400 residential students, we are growing wheat, rice, all kind of vegetables, flowers, everything we are growing. So basically, when we teach students What we miss is the consciousness. What is this consciousness? Consciousness is all-embracing concept that tells us how the variegated life systems, according to our literature, they are in number 8.4 million, and they have a systematic coexistence. We need to understand this. Technology can be enabler, but when technology becomes a destroyer, things are going to collapse. And this is a success story that I would like to tell you. And you see that in spite of all this progress, we need to understand, even if technology is spreading or advancing, you need to feed 7 billion bellies. And we still have the problem of hunger. How to tackle it? So, bringing a very holistic picture, realizing that nature must be preserved, the rivers must be preserved, the jungles must be preserved. These are very idea of holistic consciousness. Unless we bring in and make a technology enabler, I think we cannot go further. So with that, I thank you with 2 bits of my experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lakshmidhar Behera, Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Mandi. As you have rightly said, that building that consciousness, that's more important. And you also talked about the life and work experience, that let's come out of our written documents and written curricula and give hand-on experience to our students so that they are exposed to the need of the industry, as was referred by Mr. Dipankar as well in his speech, that this time that we blend that foundation and curricula with the need of the industry. Until unless we do that, there will always be a gap. You can create any versions of NEP, but the end goal won't be achieved just like that. Thank you so much, Professor Behera. With this, I'd like to invite Professor V. Venkataramana, Vice Chairman of Telangana State Council of Higher Education. A huge round of applause for him. I'm sure a lot of innovation done in the state of Telangana, and that can be shared by him. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I think I'm standing before lunch and the end of this session, but I'll probably speak not more than 4 to 5 minutes. But what a wonderful event it has been since morning, and have particularly enjoyed the initial speech given by Dr. Kalpana Gopalan, who gave a kind of a bird's eye view about what COVID was, how it affected us, and how governments, private sector, entrepreneurs, and all of us took the initiative to come out of it, and what next. I would not like to talk about what we have gone through, but I must really congratulate the directors of the IITs and also the industry speakers and also the UP skill development mission, etc. As you know, as mentioned just now, Telangana is the youngest state. It's almost 8 years now. And already we were home to pharma, biotech, IT. I know Karnataka and Telangana, and they go in a competitive kind of a good, healthy competition. But I must say that during the pandemic, we realized that some of the things we were doing were not probably in line with the changing kind of paradigms in the field of education, health delivery, etc., etc. I must admit that even at the State Council, what we realized was that many of the higher education institutions, because we look after the higher education space, were not really in tune with what's happening. For example, the curriculum was outdated. What you teach is predictable examinations, predictable outcomes, predictable placements, and predictable so on and so forth. So there was no question of a student thinking out of box. And if it happens in the universities, what would happen to the rest of the institutions? So we took upon ourselves the job of completely disrupting the educational system in a positive manner. and we are still working on it. One of the first things we did was constitute committees on reforms in higher education, because we thought the reform should start from us. So we said, let's talk to our vice chancellors, let's improve our governance, let's improve our response system. For example, I know in the IT space, we need real-time verification of the certificates. I have convened a meeting with all the IT majors in Telangana, and one of the things they said was, we want to verify the antecedents of a student. Of course, there are background check companies and all that, but as a government, as a university, as a body of the government, statutory body, we started thinking, why don't we link it up with our IT department? We have now done a demo. We have not done a prototype kind of a thing. It's just ready for launch. The Honorable IT Minister is going to launch it shortly. What it means is, like any other university in Singapore or US, real-time, immediate verification of the certificate. Anybody and everybody can take it. There are two ways in it. One is a short verification, which will just tell that Venkatamna had passed in so and so, so and so. But if you really want to have, again, details, the university will have to take it up. And these are some of the, one of the things. The second thing we thought was the curriculum aspects. What we were doing in the engineering education, I'm sorry to say, many of the directors of IITs, former vice chancellors, current vice chancellors, deans, academicians are sitting in this. We did not want to have a kind of a model which only caters to the elite. We are certainly grounded, and we want this last mile connectivity of whatever we do to reach to the rural masses. When I'm talking of a tribal boy in Adilabad who has not got access to bandwidth, access to technology, access to faculty, access to clean water. So my concern, or the concern of the government, was to reach to that last mile student, a girl who doesn't know many of the issues which a city-bred boy will do. For example, we talk about placements and fantastic salary packets. We said we'll not work on placement-driven curriculum. We'll look at building an individual who can create new products and services, who can be an innovator, who can think out of box, who can be a socially responsible, ethically and morally trained student. I have a university which I'm presently associated as part of my assignment, which is called Rajiv Gandhi University of Knowledge Technology. Believe me, if you go to that institute, you will know the real problems of rural universities, rural students. Kids are very bright, picked up from 10th class toppers from mandals. They just can't land up there. And our job is to make them employable, make them good citizens, and we are trying to do that. What we do them there is just not classroom teaching. We have to do grooming, we have to do etiquette, we have to do for the girl children, menstrual health, issues, hygiene. As an academic administrator, I'm trying to impress upon you that we want to work for the lots of students who do not have this Hyderabad or a Bangalore advantage. So we went to the industry, and I must tell you that I was particularly impressed by Mr. Dipankar Bhattacharya, who spoke about the lack of interest in mechanical, civil, electrical. I'm really surprised all over the country, people are flocking into engineering colleges, some substandard, some do not need to be there to pursue computer science, IT, AI, ML, whatever you call it. I am a strong advocate of taking fundamental, I'm not an engineer myself, but since I sit in the planning of the educational curricula, I think we should strengthen this. The second thing I appeal to all of you, as again an academic administrator and a state government vice chairman of the statutory body, we should not lure students in the third semester, because what's happening in my campuses, the student once gets placed, is lacking interest to pursue the course. And unless we give foundational knowledge, conceptual, theoretical, whatever you call it. Last thing we did was interact with the companies. As I heard the speakers, we look at collaborations, and COVID has taught us that it can be a solution from someone unknown to us. For example, I met a gentleman who said that I have a solution for the higher education department. I said, please reach us directly. We arranged a meeting with our honorable minister, and then it's on now. And it's a very low cost kind of a solution. I'm not talking about a high cost, high tech thing. What we believe is not high tech, but high touch. What we believe is technology the fore. What we believe is technology should create solutions for those who do not have access. Having said that, one of our primary goal of the state is to enhance multidisciplinary education. Again, as I said, the problem with Indian higher education system, I have a big text written speech, but I'm avoiding that, is that we educate students in silos. The guy in mechanical doesn't want to talk with the IT guy. The IT guy doesn't want to interact, even see the civil guy. And gender. 70% of my universities in Telangana are women. We have not planned for the women education in this country, and I'm very openly saying. So now we are looking at, and enrollment is growing. Telangana has got an enrollment of 36% on an average, whereas the national average is 27, and NEP talks about 50. So if you really want to talk to 50, Canada, US, etc., what is that we'll do? I'll conclude in hardly 30 seconds. The key challenges, as I see, are enrollment, increasing the enrollment, equity, quality is better. I think all of us know about it. Infrastructure, unless we develop infrastructure, not a very high cost infrastructure, but low cost dorms and low cost accommodation, low cost medical, low cost self-sustaining kind of campuses. I'm a very strong, again, as I say, we are discouraging huge campuses, because if Stanford and Harvard and Cornell can be on 30 acres, 40 acres, why do universities require 5,000, 2,000 acres? I have seen myself the security bills of these universities. Sometimes we feel we'll have to probably, these are some facts from the administrator's perspective, though I'm also a full professor at the University of Hyderabad before coming on deputation to the government of Telangana. We need to look at research and innovation. We have created a group called RICH, Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. We have made a former dean of ISB, the DG, with full powers. And he will be coordinating with all the research institutions, no matter whether they are central or state, and work on new innovations, frugal innovations, grassroots innovations, and showcase them through a Telangana State Innovation Cell. We're the first state to have an innovation officer, chief innovation officer, and we do something called Intinta innovation. That means every house is an innovator. And we get school children to showcase their things. So important issues are, while we talk about virtual, while we talk about hybrid, while we talk about, the most important thing is that we should work efficiently, engaging in many forms of diversity. Our first generation college grads are there. So Delhi is not Hyderabad, Hyderabad is not Karimnagar. So we talk about first generation learners who have different needs than their traditional college peers. Technology can be a great leverage point, but students too face many difficulties. The expectations of faculty, needless to say, have to be addressed. If you really want to develop good quality institutions, good quality faculty have to be taken. And we have just formed this Telangana State Recruitment Board, where we are going to hire 2,000 university teachers as a centralized agency to work with the universities, and which can be used as a kind of a talent pool. And lastly, the opportunities. Having said some of the problems, I should now talk about opportunities that India as a whole can be a torchbearer for the field of education, as you're all aware. And suggestions could be that government should play less role, private and university autonomous institutions should work together. I'm happy APSC has taken this real good initiative, focus on student, multidisciplinary approach, and of course, focus on overall development of the student, the institution, and the state. I appeal to all the industry bodies, representatives here, presidents of universities, of course, senior bureaucrats, to kind of look at Telangana as a partner state. I'll be very happy to work with you. And we have signed many MOUs, but I have seen many MOUs don't work unless the intent is there, unless the commitment is there. And I'm here standing before you to mention that we are ready to work with all of you, and let's try to make a difference. And as they say, coming together is a beginning. I request all of you to kindly work with us, and we are ready to partner and work with you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thanks, Professor Venkatramana, for helping me by being short and crisp. That makes my life easy because you're already running short of time. But thank you so much. Yes, we all know kind of innovation being done in the state of Telangana. You mentioned that last mile connectivity, also reaching out to the student who's staying in the far away district in the Telangana, how to reach out to them with the education, access to education, as we say, education for all, and kind of work being done. You talked about the women empowerment in the education sphere and the kind of enrollment percentage that's remarkable. And at the same time, I must mention the huge work being done in the state when you talk about the T Hub, how they're nurturing the startup innovation. They have come up with the 2.0, if I'm not wrong, T Hub 2.0. That also shows the commitment and the intent of the state to transform the state in terms of education and technology and startup ecosystem as a whole. Thank you so much. With this, we have come to the last speaker of the inaugural, but very important speaker of this entire ecosystem. We have a special guest from NSDC. We have with us Dr. Manish Mishra, Group Head of Strategy, National Skill Development Council. A big round of applause for him, please. I'm sure his deliberations will be very important for all of us, all the stakeholders who are trying to make a difference in the skill ecosystem of the country. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Being the last speaker of the session actually is both good and bad. Good because most of what you would have come to say has already been said. And bad because you're most often than not standing between the well-deserved break that the audience wants and the session. I'll try to keep it short. And NEP is something that has been mentioned over and over again during this session. I also, unfortunately, wanted to start with NEP, but everything about NEP has already been said. But having said that, why I wanted to talk about NEP is for last 20 odd years, one has been participating in academic educational seminars where the oft-repeated topic used to be why academia is not aligned to the employment market or industry requirement. And most often than not, who you would see in that room or people in the dais or the speakers, they're all primarily from academia, researchers, academic doyens, leaders. And this is going on for the last 20 years, and nobody seems to have found a solution. Of late, one is seeing some activity in this space. A lot of very smart, new age academic institutions have also been coming in, and they're trying to do things differently. NEP, in that sense, is actually a very important instrument, in my understanding, which actually opens up these spaces for such dialogues wherein people can come from a wide variety of walks of life, people from industry, academia, researchers. They can all come discuss things and maybe think of solutions that actually work, think of solutions that are rooted in the reality of the day. And that is why this is actually very, very important. I have a structured presentation for you, but I think you know the numbers already by now. So what I would like to focus upon is how this whole academic system has evolved, and how, when we talk about vocationalization of education at every level, what are the challenges that we face and what are the possible opportunities. Look at what we were left with when the Britishers left the country. There were about 70 odd universities is what one gathers, and about 500 odd colleges, which is now expanded to something like 54,000 colleges and over 1,000 universities and over 15 lakh odd institutions. So the expansion bit, and that's the first E that I wanted to talk about today. The expansion bit has actually been taken care of in a big manner. So, and with a lot of open schooling, morning, the chairperson of the NIOS was also there, and So access to a very large extent has actually been taken care of. But when I come to my second E, which is excellence, so fortunately we are today in the august company of IITs, IT directors and people who are at the helm of the affairs in the top-notch academic institutions. But we spoke about 1,000 odd universities. The institutions below this 90 percentile are actually, most of them, very, very average, and the kind of education that they are offering is no match to what the industry actually requires, and that is where this whole quality problem arises. So this excellence is, yes, we have created these islands of excellence in form of IITs and IIMs and some of the other institutions. But having said that, a country which 17% of the people on earth call home only produces 2% of world's research. So there too, we have a massive gap, and we actually need to work on this excellence front too. But what I'm more qualified to talk about is employability, and that is something that one would like to delve a little deeper. One often is reminded of one McKinsey study that was done way back in 2008, which said about 65% of the college graduates are actually not employable. With a great amount of curiosity, I was actually looking for literature which suggests otherwise, because we are talking about some 15 years have passed since then. And one got to look at a report by VBox which said we still are about 47% of our graduates are such that are not employable. So we have actually not made a huge progress there. And probably we need to do something structurally very, very different. Somebody mentioned thinking of out of the box. Probably that kind of a thinking is required. And the much needed policy push in terms of NEP is already there. So maybe we can use that and through dialogues, discussions, try and do something about it. Why it might be happening is because the three worlds, that is world of education, world of skills, and world of work, they might actually be, hitherto have been working in silos, right? Curricula is not aligned to the industry because academia and to a very large extent the skill establishment also has not been able to align with the industry requirement very well. There has been a paucity of quality trainers. Mobility from education to vocational has also been a problem. So these working in three different silos is actually part of the problem. While your world of work offers jobs, it is saddled with a lot of labor laws. It offers a huge apprenticeship opportunity, but unfortunately, we are not doing very well on the apprenticeship front. 2016, we took a pledge that we'll, over next 4 years, say do about 5 million odd apprenticeship opportunities should be created. We still are languishing around 500,000. This, I think over the last 2 years, we have been able to double the numbers from 2.5 lakhs to 5 lakhs this year. And the target for the next year is about 1 million. But believe you me, it actually takes a lot of doing. It actually takes a lot of effort to bring the industry on board. And the fact that large part of this economy is actually not formal is also not helping the matters. But even the ones that are part of the formal economy, we actually need to find ways to bring them on board. So that's very, very important. So there's a lot of work that is on the apprenticeship front. You have eased the regulation. It used to be quote unquote draconian, where the imprisonment, etc., were all there as part of the National Apprenticeship Act and the policy. But all that has been removed now. The maximum penalty is about 1,000 rupees for any offense or any non-compliance, so to say. But still getting the word out and getting people onboarded, generating those contracts, so getting on the institution onboarded is also one thing, but generating those contracts is also, there's a trust deficit that one needs to do something about in order to get the industry in practice of hiring apprentices. So what we at NSDC have been thinking is how we can possibly bring these three together. And there are very, very natural overlaps between the world of education, the world of skills, and the world of work. And all the intersection points, namely 1, 2, 3, 4, you actually have, I'm sorry, there should have been 4. So all these intersections, you actually have opportunity. You talk about world of education, and how can it transact more with world of skills? And I heard somebody say that let's take an example from the higher education, where the curricula is so rigid that if I enter a college today, and by the time I graduate, say in 2026, the world around that institution would have very drastically changed, right? And the higher education institutions, in many cases, and with due respect to you all, sirs, is not really programmed to bring in those changes that early. And that reminds me of one example that is very often quoted about Renault, which, when was moving towards this EV transition, actually decided to train all their engineers who were ICE engineers into either battery technicians or data scientists over a period of 1.5 years. But an industry could do it because industry was actually seeing that there's no future for these people. Now, how quickly that input from the industry can go to the institutions and how quickly can the institutions act upon it is something that needs to be thought about very, very clearly. So now here, and I'm not offering it as a solution, I think the skill establishment in the country might actually come into play in a big way. Skills, by their very nature, are supposed to be working with the employment market of some kind very, very closely. Unlike education, skills training has got to find an application immediately after the training ends. And there's a world of evidence available saying that though the ROI on the academic or general education is actually very high as compared to the skill education, because it deals with a variety of other factors. It makes you a good human being, more responsible citizen, focus upon your personal well-being, healthcare, make the whole world a better place. On the contrary, skills is something which is very narrow and which has to be given with a view so that immediately after this training is given, there is an opportunity to practice it, either in form of apprenticeship or internship or employment opportunity. Because if you don't do it, the whole effort that you put in, the resources that you put in actually goes down the drain. So that has got to be kept in mind. So between the world of skills and the world of education, what can possibly be done? There can be micro-credentialing that can possibly be a solution. So while you offer a 4-year degree program or a 3-year degree program, you can possibly bring in micro-credentials which are generated, qualifications that are generated in consultation with the industry that can be offered alongside the program so that you make the education relevant and also the person employable by the end of. So that could be one possible solution. The other thing that one can possibly do, so from our ivory towers of excellences that we have created, the second rungs or the third rung institutions, there has to be a better way of connecting these IITs and IIMs with the second rung, third rung institutions. And Dr. IIT Mandi is sitting here. So we are actually in talks with IIT Mandi for a very small program that we can possibly take it to the second rung, third rung engineering colleges So if you can maybe just improve the access, the technology is now available for you to then connect so many other colleges, etc., with a certain IIT or IIM, and this is where they actually can play a huge role. And believe me, somebody who has never been to IIT, who always wanted to be a part of an IIM system, it is actually a huge plus for that person who is actually maybe pursuing it in a not so well-known institution there in Greater Noida, but then getting an opportunity to be taught by a professor of one of the IITs or IIMs. I think many of the IIMs directors that I've spoken to of late, they are willing to offer this kind of a service, and they actually wanted to come on board. And with some institutions, we have had an early start. The other interesting development that has happened in the area, the emergence of skill universities, and Madam is sitting here. I think they're also born out of this necessity, because probably the traditional university setup was actually not doing enough, and it was not linking the candidates who are enrolled with them to job opportunities immediately. So they are actually born out of that necessity, and probably they're doing a good job, but all of them actually have got to go a long way. There are a lot of embedded programs that we are talking about, the multiple entry exit that most of the skill universities actually offer. And embedded programs actually, in my understanding, can go a long way if they are organized well, if they are structured well. So this crossover between education and skills, these kind of establishments can actually play a very important role. So one is actually watching it with a lot of curiosity as to how these are shaping up and how can they possibly go ahead and do this continue this good work. As far as the world of skills and world of education's interaction with the world of work, I think that is where this industry needs to come forward in a major way. The policy is already, the policy makers are, I think, alert to this to this ask. And apprenticeship is one opportunity. This work-based opportunity for learning actually is very critical, and therefore the policy instrument, and also through a lot of advocacy and maybe awareness, we can possibly bring in more institutions to play ball, and that would actually be the game changer. So this 4 months, 5 months, 6 months to a year kind of apprenticeship actually does a world of good to somebody who actually is seeking an opportunity to work. Now with technology, this has also been enabled further. So you can actually think of a virtual apprenticeship in many fields. It's possible. IT, etc., in the fields of media, etc., this is possible. But there too we have, for higher education, you have something like NATS, National Apprenticeship Training Scheme, and for the level below, you actually have NAPS. I think the two also need to work very closely together in order to share learnings, etc., and best practices. And going forward, I actually don't see a reason why the two can't actually be converged and just one entity, because it's all about, largely about how you bring on the industry players on board and then offer opportunities of work-based learning to the students who are part of the academic setup, or for the matter, and skill institution setup. So these are some of the ideas that I wanted to share. So there's a huge opportunity of creating synergies by collapsing these worlds, and not really collapsing, but actually bringing it together and then looking for where are the opportunities to create value. So that is what my proposal to this August gathering is. We are very open as National Skill Development Corporation. We are actually moving around the country, talking to all universities with massive setups, etc., They can either come as content and training delivery partners with us. We can set up maybe some kind of a delivery model wherein their students and also the students around that area, because we are already talking about something like a skill hub as the NEP implementation measure, and most of these institutions are more than willing to become the skill hubs where they can not only offer the quality skill training programs to their students, but also the students who would have never dreamt of making it to an institution like that. So I think it's still a long way to go, but dialogues like this, and thanks to APAC and the kind of experts that we have here on the dais and also off it, this dialogue will certainly take us somewhere. So wishing all of us all the very best, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Manish Mishra, Group Head Strategy NSDC, for giving a new perspective, world of skill, world of education, and world of work, and how these three worlds can get married together to come up with that unique model of skilled workforce, future-ready workforce for future. Thank you so much, all of you. I will again like to thank all our esteemed speakers who have been part of the inaugural session: Dr. Kalpana Gopalan, Dr. B. Chandrasekhar, Dipankar Bhattacharya, Amit Shah, Professor Rajat Muna, Professor Lakshminder Behera, Professor Saroj Sharma, Professor B. Venkataramana, Dr. Manish Mishra, and also Andhra Vamsi, who joined us virtually. Thank you so much, all of you. I request Mr. Rajneesh Dey, Consulting Editor of APAC News Network, to come on stage and hand over the memento, a token of appreciation to all our speakers of the inaugural session. A huge round of applause for all of them, please. We can start with Dr. Kalpana Gopalan, Additional Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka. I think Dr. B. Chandrasekhar has left. To Professor Rajat Muna, Director, IIT Bhilai. Can you have a huge round of applause for all of them, please? To Professor Lakshmidhar Behera, Director, IIT Mandi. Professor V. Venkataramana, Vice Chairman, Telangana State Council of Higher Education. Dr. Manish Mishra, Group Head of Strategy, NSDC. To Mr. Dipankar Bhattacharya, Head of Indian as ASEAN Education Experiences, Autodesk. Huge round of applause for him. And to Mr. Amit Shah, National Head, People Link Unified Communications. May I request all the esteemed speakers to come together for a group photo, please. And then we can start the next session. In the meantime, I'll request Mr. Anand V. Pujari, Education Account Manager, Autodesk, to be ready with presentation, because we're running short of time. We're not going for any break. So we'll start the presentation right away. That was the inaugural session of the 4th edition of APAC Global Education Skills Conclave. The theme of the inaugural session was Reinventing Education in New India, Governance, Policies, Emerging Trends and Best Practices. And now we have two industry presentations. I request them to be precise because we're running short of time. Let's have the presentation in 10 to 15 minutes. May I request Mr. Anand V. Pujari, Education Account Manager, Autodesk, to come on stage and give his presentation. It will be followed by a presentation by Mr. Rajendra Singh from Colpol, and then we'll have a panel discussion on designing digital infrastructure and outlining roadmap for new education model. I request Mr. Anand V. Pujari, Education Account Manager at Autodesk, to come on stage and give his presentation. A huge round of applause for him, please.
By all means, crack open the window. Oh, that's better.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Can I have my slides, please? All right, I think because of the tight schedule that I have to I have to skip your breaks and then continue my presentation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anand Pujari, and I'm an education manager with Autodesk. So I'm going to talk about, I have a couple of slides to run through. So basically covering the topic on upskilling and reskilling the next gen engineers and designers. I mean, we have seen the video that I just showed you is what is all about Autodesk catering to so many industries. We'll go through that. But basically, this is the topic that I'm going to cover so that it aligns with respect to the educational policies that are being talked about by all the dignitaries here. And I'm going to touch base upon what we are doing with respect to the education community. I'm going to start with some of the statistics that have been produced through certain surveys. We all know that right now we have a global population of about 7.5 billion around us, and by 2050, this population would grow up to 10 billion. So we have a huge middle class population that is going to grow up by over a couple of years now, and then when this population grows up, I mean, the population in the cities would be occupied more. And then this growing population would need more space, more infrastructure, more roadways and highways to cover up with. So when I said more is needed, approximately a value of 372,000 of goods worth, be it infrastructure, be it households, be it consumer products, that is need to be catered to this growing population. Now, as I mentioned, more is definitely inevitable. So more in terms of roadways, highways, infrastructures, buildings, starting from your refrigerator to cell phone, everything is really, really needed. The transportation system has to be very equipped to handle this growing population. I mean, as I said, the infrastructure or the living space in the urban cities has to be managed very efficiently with the growing population. One of the things that is definitely about is to have a better control on the waste management as well. We all know that we all have come across building our houses, right? And we know that when we construct these houses, how much of wastage has been happened with respect to this. There is estimated that when you build any house, when you construct anything, 30% of wastage happens in the construction industry. And having said that, it is not about once the construction industry itself, the wastage happens even in the manufacturing industry. I mean, how many of you know that 70% of the equipments or the products that have been developed for handling the manufacturing industry still rise. The wastage happens sits in the shelf itself. They are not even goes to the market. So that is the kind of wastage is happening. Now this is what we need to have a better. Not only that wastage with respect to the equipments, but we also have a very challenging environment of the retiring, the aging force. I mean, nearly 4 out of the 10 companies will have this skill gap, will have this retiring force that really needs a demand of this equipped skills within our education community or within our students. So less is definitely a reality. I mean, there will be a huge chunk of less space in the urban cities where we'll have to manage, and then there will be less in terms of our exhaustible resources that we need to cover on. So more is definitely a real needed. That's a reality that we need to come up with more products, more space, more buildings, more houses, more roadways, and with less impact on our environment, with less impact on our society. So that is what is all about. And these all challenges leads us to an opportunity for us to handle the situation, an opportunity to help equip our designers, engineers to come up with innovative products, innovative ways of handling things. So it is an opportunity for us to do better, okay, with the available resources, with the available skill sets. We have to come up with things that are really intuitive, things that are really interacting with the user base, things that really cater to the needs of the industry or cater to the needs of the consumer, basically. So that's the things which are, and we have to come up with having different ways. A traditional way of making things has to be renovated. We'll have to come up with new ways of making things. That's what you are seeing in the construction industry that these days. We are not building on sites. We are not building on the location right now. We are prefabricating things. Like construction industry has become like a manufacturing industry. So we are making things prefabricated and getting them assembled. And so the make is changing. And that's where we have to help our education system to have those skill sets, to have those advanced skill sets, which will help them to have be ready for the industries. So that is what. This is the video that I showed you is nothing but about Autodesk. Autodesk is a pioneer in the design and make industry. We are catering to the 4 different industry sectors, that is manufacturing and construction, as well as building and construction, roadways, highways, construction industry, as well as we are pioneer in the media and entertainment industry as well. I mean, all our technologies are widely used across all these 4 industry segments. I'll move a little bit on the statistics point of view, and then let's understand like where we are working with respect to the skilling and upskilling things. So if you define, I mean, there's many people define the future of work in different terms. Here are some of the phrases and words that are being listed, but I would like to categorize these into 2 buckets. One is the technology, another one is the labor market. I mean, these are the 2 driving forces which really encompasses about the robotics, about the automation, about the upskilling and reskilling, and about the workforce development. So in actual, if you have to define the future of work, it is nothing but the effective utilization of the technology, having the technology equipped and handled to the students or the education community or the industries. And we have a huge human capital power as well, which is nothing but the labor market. So collaboratively between these 2 and integration between these 2 will help us to define the future of work. Now, how are we catering this one? There is a slight change. The salient features about these 2 driving forces I would like to categorize. One is the automation coming into the market, the newer job roles are coming. So for the newer job roles, we need to have a new set of skill sets. Now, traditionally, and the labor market is also categorized or segmented into 2 things. One is a skilled labor, right? A skilled job, or a high-skilled labor or high-skilled jobs. So these are the 2 segments. And if you have to meet these 2 industries, these salient features, then we need to equip our newer generations, or the education system has to be slightly changed to meet the needs. So we are helping our student community, but right now we are in a situation where still the yesteryears, the skills that we are trying to impart to our students is the yesteryears, but the industries like GE or Airbus or GM are trying to get skill sets which are more advanced level, which is the need of the hour. So we need to align our curriculum or align ourselves towards this new set of skill sets. Dipankar talked about this in a general way, but with a slide, I'm trying to help you. As I mentioned, 4 out of the 10 industries are not able to get the right talent that they are looking for. Though they are hiring for the current job skills, but what we are producing is not meeting to their needs. So if you look at our the way that has been changed in the past 25 years, be it our education system or the engineering curriculum, is not up to the extent that the industry is looking for. So if you look at on my left side, what we have is a very good curriculum, okay, educational curriculum that can meet, that is good, but that is not meeting the needs of the industry that is onto my right side. So technology, the advancements like generative design or the system engineering or the design for manufacturing, such are the skill sets that the industry is looking among our students community so that they are equipped to handle things appropriately. So my intention or my way of telling to the slides is that our education system has to be changed a little bit. We should map the curriculum in such a way as bring in the skill sets that are required by the industry to our student community so that they are ready for the newer job roles. So how do we do about that curriculum change? Autodesk has worked with its commercial customers and have a viewpoint to address here about the evolving curriculum system. So one of the biggest factors is the design for manufacturing. So the manufacturing industry really needs the skill set with respect to not only from a design perspective, also the students or the community has to also understand from a make perspective. So they should understand what is the cost involved, what are the materials I need to apply, how I need to get product faster to the market. So those are the skill sets, those are the things that they need to be understand. I mean, to create designs that balance performance, manufacturability, and the product life cycle as well of the cost. Not only that, we also have to help the students understand that they are not only the sole problem solvers. Along with that, they have to augment the technology as well. They have to augment technologies like AI, which are equipped like. For in terms of design and aspects, generative design is the technology that is embedded with AI. So they have to augment such technology into their problem-solving arena. So that is what is. So we have to bring such technologies under their table so that they help equip themselves to learn the newer technologies. And system thinking and system engineering is a requirement today, and it is not just a good way to have it kind of a thing, because we need to have the multidisciplinary culture. Most of the delegate speakers talked about the multidisciplinary things among ourselves, like, yes, as an engineer, we should be equipped to handle any situation that comes under our banner. So this is where we need to equip them to have multidisciplinary, bring in the electronics guys, bring the mechanical guys, bring the electrical guys under one banner. That's where any product that comes to the market needs to have all these kinds of requirements among them. So our system, our technology will help them to have those skill sets, and with the education collaboration, we would like to equip them with respect to those technologies. Academic degrees are very good. That is a part of our things for a career development, everything. But additionally, what an educator or what students needs for them to be differentiator in this market skill. I mean, in this growing market sector. So they need to equip with a different kinds of skill set. For that, they need to have the personalized goal set. They need to have a personalized certifications for them. They need to have role-based credentials or certifications for them so that they can be better fit to the needs of the industry. So that is what we need to come up with, a different setup. Autodesk is trying to help all the academicians to develop those kind of curriculum which can meet the Industry 4.0. Why is Autodesk investing in upskilling and reskilling? So definitely, we would like to help our customers navigate through the challenges that are coming us. We saw the challenges with the growing populations, right? And that is an opportunity for us. And we need to meet the challenges or the skill sets that are required by the growing automation in the industry. So that is where Autodesk is trying to help. We would like to provide foresight with the technology, the training, and the tools that will help prepare the student community for the next skill sets that are required by the industry. I mean, with the growing, rapidly changing skills that are required by the industry as well, right? And we would like to become the trusted partners among our customers and help them to thrive through the technology, and as well as help them grow their business opportunities as well and transform their business support. How are we doing this one? So we are basically helping our education community by providing Autodesk technology absolutely free through our Autodesk Education Community Portal. Autodesk 10 years back itself, 10 plus years back itself, Autodesk decided that we will not sell it to the education community. Anybody comes under the AICT norms or MHRD norms and educational institutes, we are offering free, I mean absolutely free. Legally, it's absolutely free for the institutes. Educators, student community can have the legal licenses on their machines, on their labs and everything. So that is one way. We have a tons of our content available, which is mapped to the education syllabus and curriculum, which can be helpful for the educators to help use them in their classroom works. Use this library content that is developed by Autodesk, meeting to the industry needs, so that can meet to their classwork needs as well. Additionally, we do lots of faculty development programs. We do the trainer programs. We do boot camps. We help them, equip them with our technology well in advance, so that they become our advocates at the education level, so that they can be the front goers to train the students and make them aware what's the industry need about. And as I mentioned, we are also working on the role-based credentials, where we are trying to make the specialization certifications for them, so that they are being really differentiated, whether I'm a generative design guy, I'm a sheet metal guy, or I'm a designer, I'm a manufacturer kind of a thing. So that kinds of credentials that we are trying to bring in to the education. We talked about how the trends are being changing, what is the need of the hour, but I'll just run through a couple of things like slides where we would like to highlight how our academicians are using our technology and coming with different innovative products. I would like to highlight some of the student programs, because at the end of the day, these are our main customers from an education point of view, because these students, if they understand the technology, if they understand the requirement better, well in advance before they are being ready for the industry to be equipped or to be handled by the industries as well. So here is a simple project, by one of the institutes, Dayanand Sagar College in Bangalore. What we have seen, this is nothing but our quadcopter chassis. We have seen the quadcopter these days being widely used in many areas, being in surveys or being in functions, everything. Quadcopter is being used. So this is a quadcopter chassis, a 4-bar mechanism normally, but adopting a technology called as, which is an AI, machine learning technology. You see that there's a different variation of that product. So what does it really means is that right now, whatever design that we do is a passive design, which is like in our minds, and computers are what outputs is just an output for us, where everything I'm just throwing my ideas to them and everything I'm just seeing in output. But here, with AI coming into picture, we are bringing technologies like generative design, which will help us to really challenge our design. More of the designers would spend time in designing than the modeling. So here, when we throw certain challenges to the machine and then say that, hey, I provide these conditions, let me give those variations. So here you will see that it throws away different variations to you, and among those variations, you would be able to take one of the one where that better suits to your needs. So that's the change, that's kinds of technology that we bring. And here is the actual product that we saw, digital one, and this is actual product which has been showcased, which has been flown in many of the events, such events like this, where Autodesk also drive events like Autodesk University and all those things. So here is another. I talked about the multidisciplinary, and a student who is electronic based, have no clue about design, and how does he or she handle such kind of things. What you see on my left side is a design from an electronics guy having no knowledge about the design at all, but he has won multiple competitions. So multidisciplinary thing, why we thought about why not bring in the mechanical guy, why not bring in the electrical guy and do some changes to his design. So what you see on my right side is an actual change. We adopted the newer technologies like generative design. We added the additive manufacturing to it because that is the talk of the town. Traditional manufacturing is still good, okay, the subtracting manufacturing, but additive manufacturing is really, really taking the leap and the lead in the market. So that is wherein this is the change, and this is the actual product, what you see from the PVC pipes to the transition from the PLC additive manufacturing kind of a thing. And here, not only that, industry also is doing a pilot program with us. IIT Madras, the master guys in masters, studying masters in IIT Madras have done a pilot study with LCA lower control arm. They are equipping, they are trying to use our technology. And what you see is a 26% reduction in the mass. If Fiat Chrysler can succeed in this pilot program, if it succeeds, you can imagine a car that manufacturer which has got 30,000 equipments or 30,000 parts in it. If they start applying the technology to them, what will be changed in this? And every industry is leaping towards what Dipankar mentioned about is the electrical vehicles. I mean, EV is the one thing that most of the industries, automotive industries, are looking forward to this, and changes, technology changes of such things adopted by for such advanced technologies will be a great innovative things. That is what we are also working towards. Some of the works, this is a guy from an aeronautical department student who's really working, how he's adopting our technology and coming with different designs. You can see that this is one, when you do up, I told him that why not you write to the railway departments or the metro rail departments about what you are really doing. So what I'm trying to showcase through these slides is basically that you bring in the technology to the students, you help them understand what is needed by the skills, what skills they need for them to be better in the industry. You see wonders happening from these kids that they come up with really, really innovative ideas. So what Autodesk is really doing is we would like to inspire these younger generations, inspire this through our technology for them to have those skills, okay, and engage them in terms of our technologies. What about there are multiple technologies catering to multiple industry segments that I mentioned, and we would like to prepare them. We like to have them equipped with those skill sets and prepare them for the industry ready. This was my last slide. I really, really thank APAC for giving us an opportunity, and I know it is time for, we have not taken a break, but I'm bridge between your break and this. So I kind of try to run through my slides, hoping I'm giving you certain information that what this really does to help students equip with respect to the skill, what industry is asking for, and how we are trying to cater both the education, we're being the bridge between the academy and the industry. So that's what I'm trying to highlight here. So thank you so much for patiently listening to me.
Thanks for that enlightening session, basically acting as a bridge between industry and academia and connecting Industry 4.0 with Curriculum 4.0. So for our next session, we are talking about digital transformation in every sphere. In education, there are different digital matrices to measure that transformation, and one of the solution providers is Colpol. So for the next session, I would like to welcome Mr. Rajendra Singh, Senior Business Leader, Colpol, to talk about some of those digital matrices that are helping in measuring the digital transformation in education. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected guests from education fraternity. Thanks, APAC, for giving us this opportunity to present Colpol to all guests available, present over here. Colpol is 8-year-old company headquartered in Bangalore, and I'm Rajendra Singh, senior business leader from Colpol. Colpol is a digital campus suite for higher education institutions. Colpol has evolved over 8 years while solving problem of education institutions, which has arisen out of change dynamics of education industry. When we talk about change dynamics, I'm sure each one of you will be aware that these change dynamics of increased number of students, increased number of institutions, increased number of type of programs, and I'm sure we like eminent speakers have spoken about NEP, and NEP is one which is focusing on gross enrollment ratio, means more enrollments, multi-degree pathway, multi-exit, multi-entry. So I'm sure it is increasing the complexity also of programs being offered by the institutions. And other government policies which government is enforcing, NEP is one, then compulsory internship, which Dr. Manish have spoken about virtual internship. So I'm sure technology has a very larger role to play in virtual internship. Then another mandate from government or UGC is basically online grievance redressal, which need to be there in the system of any institutions. So all these things have resulted into complexity, competition, compliance, and customer experience. When it comes to competition, more enrollment, more placement to be offered. So a systematic approach is required where, as an institution, you should be able to focus on every lead. When it comes to placement, if any opportunity is being given, so you should be able to track the application which have been submitted by the students or applicants. When it comes to complexity, academic management of programs which have multi-entry, multi-exit, cross department specializations. When it comes to compliance, your NAC rating, your NIRF, NBA, QS rating. So all these things need data. All these ratings, compliance, accreditation need data. So I'm sure technology have a very large role to play when it comes to collecting data and making that data available for your analysis and reporting purpose. And last but not the least is the customer experience. This is what our youth expect today. They are experiencing better technology, better response time, agility in the system in every part of life. So why they should be deprived the same experience in education? So these are the challenges which Colpol is helping institutions to solve with the technology which we are working upon. And the solution available to the institution is basically to adopt a better technology where they can, with which they can certainly deal with such challenges, complexities. It is like COVID, which has advanced this thing by many years. We were gradually shifting to this technology, innovation, transformation, but COVID has advanced it, and that's what we have experienced in last 2 years. So when it comes to technology or seeking solution for our challenges or problem statement in technology, so there are basic 6 building blocks in technology. One, it should have mobility, because if it has mobility, then the adoption will be much higher. Your major stakeholder, which is a student, will be able to use the technology. Until unless a student is using the technology, our objective of doing digital transformation is not fulfilled. Then comes to integration. There are very niche solutions available in the market. So why to compromise on mediocre solution when niche solutions are there? So the technology which you buy should have option or capability to integrate with niche solution in the market. Then continuous innovation. Time has gone when you used to buy one software, that software will run for 4 years, 6 years, 10 years. Now every year there is a change in policy, change in working, change in environment, change in expectation. So continuous innovation in the technology which is required. Then system of intelligence should throw some solutions, should throw some analytics also, so that institution can take the decision also based on that analytics or the information available. Then system of engagement. Engagement is one area in institution which normally, institution struggle. Through technology, you can engage your student well, and if they are engaged well, the communication part between the institution and the student will be much better and will result in a better, experience for the students. And then last is system of record. Record should be kept in such a way that as and when you need to fetch the report or need to do some analytics, it should be available on single click. These are few important things once you decide for the technology you choose for your institution. Global is here with 40 plus technology dealing with or helping institutions in administration. And when it comes to administration, it is admission management, it is fee management also. Students should be able to make online payment, offline payment, multiple payment gateways, multiple mode of payment. Technology should be able to cater that. Then your placement, institution should be able to publish, and all eligible students should be applied on time. So there, better utilization of the opportunities which have been sourced by institution. And then the user management, basically. So the basic ERP part is there. Then academics, when it comes to academic, the time has changed. It is not just a physical class, there is a blended class, and even in physical class also, I'm sure every teacher will expect that they need not to make question paper again and again, that they need not to do photocopy of question paper and evaluate answer script manually. So with the technology, even for physical classes also, teacher will get benefited or will get helped with online assignment, online quizzes, different discussion forums. So that is available in academics. Then AI proctored examination, online examination. So we have all these things inbuilt in our platform. Then the third layer is basically a customer experience, which I initially also talked. So we have workflow automation, which automated many processes, do away with paperwork, multiple form filling. Then hostel and mass automation, we help institution to automate mass and hostel. And then a campus social network where you will be able to communicate with that student digitally. So there is a minimum gap between what institution and the student fraternity. So idea is basically to give paperless, cashless, and contactless campus. This is what the solution from Colpol is. And then this way, Colpol helps in digital transformation. And when it comes to digital transformation, there are two areas. One is academic excellence, and second is operational experience. Academic excellence will bring improved learning for the student, and operational excellence will bring reduced cost and will increase efficiency in the staff. Academic excellence in examination, in learning, in engagement, in operational experience will cover payment, workflows, and admissions. These are the processes in every institutions. And it is not that it's a new thing. It is a old processes being followed by the institutions. So till the time technology was not there, so all paper-based things were happening. Students were filling multiple forms. Teachers were, getting the assignment made and quizzes made, and then circulating photocopies and all. Then even in notices also, the notice will be printed and it will be pasted in multiple places. When it comes to payment, so normally you will receive payment on counter only, or if someone has deposited a check, we'll have to come to campus to update that I have deposited this check. Then different paper forms, different emails for any approval, for any request. And in admissions also, phone calls, email, physical counter with, manual approvals. So these were the processes. With Colpol, we have brought changes in institutions wherever we have partnered. And in examination, we have brought AI-powered proctored examination where low efforts and cost is also low. When it comes to learning, even for physical classes also faculties will be able to share their assignment online, will be able to accept assignment online, will be able to do quizzes online. And then do analytics also, how students have flared in different assessments taken by the faculty. When it comes to engagement, so we give opportunity for institution to share the feed, share the information, which student will be able to see or respond also quickly. They need not to be dependent on any physical communication. For payment, option to accept online, offline payment, and integration with the accounting solution of the university that we provide. For workflows, digital workflow, need not to make use. There will be online form, there will be a flow, and then approvals can also be taken on the same. Engagements, it's all digital engagement which we can do with respect to students. The challenge which institution basically face is they buy technology, but the adoption basically. So there are two factors in technology adoption. One is internal factor and second is external factor. On my left is, you will see internal factor. We should have well-planned process which everybody will be followed. There will be accountability, so people cannot do away or run away from the responsibility. Then empowered technology team. There should be a technology leadership which will drive this adoption across the campus. Well set goals which respective team need to achieve. And last is, we should have sufficient budget so that we can achieve those goals. When it comes to external factors, certainly a good user experience will help better adoption of the technology by the user in the institution. Agility of the system should be there. Like as a user, if I face some challenge, that challenge should be immediately addressed so that it does not become hindrance in my smooth operations. And then continuous innovation. I'm sure continuous innovation will give better experience to all users. And then scalability and security. Security, every institution needs security of the data. So for us, data of the institution is more important for us, and we ensure that there is no security breach. And in last 8 years, there is not even a single instance with Colpol where there has been any breach related to security. When it comes to scalability, if you buy technology, which is efficient technology, so you need not to invest for a whole year for high use of that technology. We are working with different institutions where there is a requirement of higher usage in 4 or 5 times in a year. So that time system gets scaled up. So need not to invest regularly or throughout the year for this larger set of infrastructure. So better technology, better adoption with a period of time, it helps in reducing cost and create more and more values. And there are different ways, like efficiency, better efficient team, better monitoring of any processes. These are the factors which help in reducing cost and increase value over a period of time. Another main important feature which Colpol has, and where we are helping institutions with accreditation and ranking processes. You have different ranking process or accreditation process, NAC, NBA, QS, rating, area rating, and all. So on platform, we have data available, and we help institution with the reporting also with that set of data, whatever is available on the system. So the man hours which normally get involved in the reporting purpose get reduced. This is what our offering to the institution. We have been trusted by around 100+ institutions as of now. To name few, we are with Ashoka, Bennett. You must see all these names over here. So some of the few names are here, but we are regularly progressing. So we are with 100% institutions as a technology partner, helping institution to solve day-to-day technology like a problem through technology, and giving better user experience to their stakeholders. So Colpol, the idea is basically to give unified digital experience where institution need not to be dependent on multiple applications for different set of tasks. All these things are at one place, so that one is unified experience. Digital experience will be for the staff and students also, and no manual transfer of data. So there is a very less scope of error in transferring data. lower IT staff cost, and that cost you need not to save, you can spend on your marketing. And then easy generation of compliance report, because all applications, all modules are in single platform. So it is quite easy to help or to generate the compliance report. And then certainly it will reduce the license cost also. So rather than buying separate licenses for every solution, so all solutions are being given on a single platform. So thank you very much. This is what Kolpol I just wanted to share with you. Thank you very much. Thanks, APAC.
Thanks, Rajendra Singh, Senior Business Leader from Kolpol, to share his thoughts with us in terms of how the companies leveraging technology to make a difference in the higher education sector. This brings us to the point where we start the next panel discussion, a very important panel discussion of the day on designing digital infrastructure and outlining roadmap for new education model. And for that, we have, again, eminent speakers with us for this panel discussion. May I invite Professor Rajat Poona. Okay, sir has to leave. Let me invite Mr. Rajneesh, the consulting editor of APAC News Network, to come on stage. He'll be playing the role of moderator for this session. Professor Dr. Amit Banerjee, Pro-Chancellor, Siksha O Anusandhan, Dean to the University of Bhubaneswar, on stage, please. A huge round of applause for him. Mr. Vishal Khurma, Chief Executive Officer, Woxen University, on stage, please. A round of applause for him. Professor Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey, Joint Head of Amity School of Engineering and Technology. If you can join us on stage, please. Dr. Nitin Rane, Vice Chancellor, Avantika University. Mr. Ashish Thakur, Chairman and Executive Director, Global Private Limited, from the beautiful country of Nepal. A huge round of applause for him. And Mr. Amon Maheshwari, Chief Distribution Officer of Early Salary, on stage, please. With this, I request Mr. Rajneesh Dey to take over the session.
Thanks, Shobik. Since we are running a little behind schedule, I will request all the panelists to keep your answers precise and brief, so that we can cover the ambit can be more in a shorter span of time. So as the topic, as we know, the topic is on designing digital infrastructure and outlining roadmap for the new education model. So what the format I will do is, I will come to each of the panelists and very briefly first ask each of you, in terms of digital infrastructure in your institution, what are the measures that you have adopted? Very briefly, for 2 to 3 minutes each, digital infrastructure measures that you have adopted. So I will like to start with Professor Banerjee. The point, the salient infrastructure, digital infrastructure that are in place, and how does it impact both the faculty and the students in your institution?
Sure. Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, over the last couple of years, two very important things happened in the academic ecosystem of this country. One was I think 3 to 4 years back, we had the induction of the fourth industrial revolution, which came into being with all its components, which you are all aware of. And the other thing that happened is the introduction of the national education policy. And juxtaposed between the two came in the episode of COVID, which took away almost 2 years of very precious academic period. But then, as it was pointed out short while ago by one of the preceding speakers, it also brought in an acceleration in the process of bringing digitization into academic process. Now, the Shiksha Anusandhan University at Bhubaneswar, we have the peculiarity of having, 8 or 9 different streams to which we have got colleges. We have got an engineering college with all the components of an engineering college that are required for basic engineering, started in 1996. We have got a medical college which has got undergraduate program, we have got the postgraduate program, and we have got postdoctoral program, that is DM and MCH, in all the disciplines available under the National Medical Commission, almost all the disciplines. We have got a dental institute, we have got Institute of Nursing, we have got Institute of Pharmacy, we have got a law college, we have got an agriculture institute, we have got a veterinary college, we have got hotel management, and we have got a very big component in which we have got management, including hospital administration. So as you can see that the concept of NEP, of which one very important factor is interdisciplinary education, it works very well in our university system. So what we have done is, we have tried to bring some kind of an amalgamation. Our institutions are spread over 4 or 5 different campuses, and they are within a distance of 3 to 4 kilometers from each other. So what we have done is that we have tried to bring in the concept of digitization in the best possible way by bringing some kind of a amalgamation in the understanding of interdisciplinary. For example, if I talk of health sciences is a very important component of our university system. So supposing we talk of designing of a heart valve. Now, designing of a heart valve comprises, the concept of where a heart valve is required, then the understanding the physiology of how the blood flow is going to take place through a designed heart valve, then the components, which components are going to be compatible with the blood, compatible with the body tissues, and then it comes to, how is the valve going to function mechanically, and lastly, how is the whole thing going to be set into a prototype. So earlier on, these things used to require kind of physical assimilation of people together from different branches, getting people putting their heads together. So what we have done is, we have created a situation in which if a designing process is carried out in the medical college, it is almost online, they interact as far as the material is concerned with the concerned section of the engineering college. Then as far as the physiology of the thing or the pharmacology of the thing, whether it is component with the blood or blood-related substances, that is done by the School of Pharmacy. So the entire thing has been done with a nearly seamless, connectivity. I would not say completely seamless because we are still on the job of doing it, but this is what we have conceptualized. Another such important aspect is the, dental material. Dentistry is a very, very important component of material as far as healthcare is concerned. So people who have concepts of designing dentures or, implants and other things, they are in touch digitally through our engineering sector and the concerned people who deal with material, so on and so forth. So, this is the way we have kind of tried to bring a near seamless connectivity between the different colleges. So I think in brief, that is how I would like to introduce how we are going about it.
Thanks. So it's more of the interdisciplinary connection. At this moment, I would like to introduce Professor Niharika Vora. She's the Vice Chancellor of Delhi School and Skill and Entrepreneurship University. And she has an urgent meeting. May I request her to speak on digital infrastructure that particularly you have deployed to your institution, and what are the, according to the new education roadmap, how the technology fits in there.
So thank you for the question. I think we are a very new university. We are about a year old. So at this point of time, we are still and we are a year old, but we are also as a university very, very old because the oldest polytechnic that got merged with us in Delhi was possibly set up in 1964. And as I'm sure many of you sitting here would recognize that when you start at a certain time, you can bring in the best of the technology to do it. But when you are putting together the camel age and the current age together, the challenges are much higher. So, so one of the things we have been trying to do is to say that at least the first batch, the batch that we've admitted, will completely be paperless. So in the sense that it will be on a ERP, there is an LMS, and we were, of course, we started classes when the COVID was at peak. So we also had the challenge of doing most of it online, starting it online, which I'm sure everybody had. And I think the biggest challenge at that point of time was labs, because if you're a skill and entrepreneurship university, how do you ensure that students actually do something, not just learn the lesson, which is what typically a digital can, help you do. So therefore, I think one of the exercises that we undertook was we started scouring all the various digital labs that have been put in place. So Professor Ranjan Bose, who is the director of IIIT Delhi, also the chair of the digital lab project of the country, helped us to identify for every subject a particular virtual lab that the students could use. And it was interesting because, when we told our faculty that please ask the students to use the virtual lab and use it yourself, the first thing was, how can you teach them, how can I get them to do titration without teaching them something? The other thing. And I'm like, this is virtual. It's a simulation. How does it matter if they put the wrong value? What happens if they do it? At least they'll learn and they'll play.
But here, if I may interrupt, ultimately the funda behind having labs is experiential learning. And experiential learning, especially titration, is one good example you had given. Similar others. So how can a virtual lab at the end of the day really help in the experiential learning, which is possible when you are doing the thing real time in person?
Okay, so my answer to that is, let's look at the shipping industry. So there is one way of learning shipping, which is, learning all of that. But for sure that in the shipping industry now, more and more training is on the simulator, right? The simulator never replaces going on the sea or on the real ship. But in the beginning, a lot of what you possibly learned just by being on the sea and ship actually can be learned on the simulator. You can learn how the approximation is, So I don't think that the answer is either or. The answer is and it only shortens the time that you will spend in learning. And if in the, for example, when we were in the situation we were in, rather than just teaching theory, just because you could not do something hands-on, at least the virtual was a good. Also, my belief is that when the pandemic, if at the end of the pandemic we simply go back to the pre-pandemic days and say this is how we taught, and in between for 2 years we had an interlude, and now we go back to teaching exactly the way we taught, then I think we haven't learned from history. I think there's been a lot of lessons for all of us to learn, and it's only important that to make education more meaningful and possibly accessible to more, we actually put all of these together.
Thanks.
So that's what I would say.
So two key things that you mentioned. One was the challenge of having legacy and when modernizing, and how do you balance between the two? And then it's not a question of either or, but both would be coexisting, as you said, as a learning from during the pandemic. I would also like to introduce now Dr. Nitin Rane, Vice Chancellor of Avantika University. He also joined in between, and I'll put the question to him, same question. Very briefly, if you can mention the digital infrastructure that are put in place in Avantika, and how is both the students and faculty, the two parts of the education ecosystem, how is it affecting them?
Thank you. Let me introduce. Ours is the university established in the year 2017. Basically, it's a MIT Pune group who established a university in Ujjain, Madhya Pradesh. Right from the beginning of the university, we came up with good practices, basically on project-based learning. For achieving the project-based learning, like from day one itself, we have strengthened our digital infrastructure at the university. Basically, we have classified the digital infrastructure of the university in the categories like technical tools, student engagement, workplace tools, campus services, academic softwares, and ICT essentials. If we talk about the technical tools, all that learning management and learning tools will comes into it. Then for student engagement, we are having the student information system and all those softwares and digitalization related to the career services and placements. We talks about the workplace tools, the softwares or the digitalization tools related to the human resource management, payroll management, all those we taken care of. And campus services like the ICT services. So we have more emphasis on the digitalization of the campus of the university. And we really proudly said like ours is a campus, like paperless campus or something like that. Total things are digitalized. Thank you.
Thank you. So next I'll come to Professor Manoj Kumar Pandey. My question again in terms of the salient digital implementations that you have done, and how does it involve or impact the overall education ecosystem in Amity?
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm Dr. Manoj Kumar Pandey. I'm Director of MIT School of Engineering and Technology, MIT University, Noida. And MIT Group of Education have 12 universities now across the country, and we have 17 campuses outside India. And we had a campus in New York, and which we have recently purchased of 125-acre Long Island. And there we are making research and innovation hub separately for across the world. We are hiring the people over there. Having said that, we are offering various courses, various programs of the interdisciplinary nature as well. We are offering in engineering, technology, management, and paramedical. We are having stem cell study. We are having, and we have just received. We are conferred an award for patent and commercialization from Honorable Minister of Commerce and Ministry, and for that patents and commercialization. And because we always have the proactive approach in our nature in university, and our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul K. Chauhan, always he motivate about, and he has a proactive approach of establishing all these technologies. And I can proudly say that I can remember that pandemic has struck the world, and especially in India, it has 20th we have done lockdown. And from 18th of March, we had converted complete study in digital platform. And we had already done that. MS Team was the first tool which we have utilized for our classes, our sessions, our sessionals, our maybe other teaching tools. So there we have transformed. So we had, because we had already the digital infrastructure in place, previously in place. Now, after that, we just face the challenge of how to handle the lab class, as my previous co-speaker has also had raised that concern. And we had immediately contacted the MHRD and the team who all now the Ministry of Education, those who are developing the virtual labs. So we became the member of the virtual lab development committee, and immediately some of the virtual labs has came to us, through which we can give the glimpse of the laboratories, especially where it is applicable. So that virtual lab we have taken up, and we started developing our own virtual labs. So now we have developed around 100 virtual labs, our own in-house. So these virtual labs we are right now conferring our studies. After knowing the need of the hour, our statutory bodies, AICT and UGC, has also given the mandate of including the online portion in our curriculum as well. So that, how to continue it, because now we have to make it part of our life. And this is a positive sign, part of the COVID-19, which has taught us how we can change the pedagogy and how we can utilize all the technology for the welfare and imparting education to the students. So now still we have included 20 to 30% digital education, digitally that we are offering. So, and many more things initiatives are in place. Thank you very much.
Thanks. So primarily two important things you mentioned, that one, even once the pandemic and the lockdown started, you were sort of prepared digitally before that. And the next important thing was the 100 virtual labs that had come up in the last couple of years. So next I'll come to you, Vishal Kurma of Voxen University. And again, the point, if you can highlight the digital infrastructure that you have deployed, and how are they impacting both the students and faculty?
Thank you. Voxen University at Hyderabad is a very, very progressive university, very young university. Just about 2 years back, we became a state private university approved by Government of Telangana. Under that, we have 5 schools as of now. And as we were right in the middle of the COVID when we became the university, and I'm so happy to share with you that when the lockdown started, it took us about flat 4 days to start off with the online classes for our students. And that speaks about the kind of progressiveness and the forward-looking attitude which we had, the kind of over-indexing we had done towards the digital infrastructure we had built for our students' learning. So those all initiatives were pretty much well in place. Right from the entire, because what we have done is we have made sure that the digital infrastructure and digitalization is touching into the every life cycle of the student journey when they start their learning journey with us, right from the time when they fill the application. So for us, it is not only about one part of it, it is digitalization at every particular sphere, which is touching the lives of the students right from the starting. So which means that the entire process of admission is digitalized completely, no papers required. Similarly, moving on to the onboarding, again, no papers required. They get into the classrooms, the smart classrooms, smart boards and everything is available to them. They get into the library for seeking resources for their learning. You have digital resources as well as other physical resources available for their learning. So there is a pretty much very good pool of learning resources available in our learning center, the library which we have, which is one of the finest and state of the art in the country. Apart from that, we have various labs which are fully digitally equipped. We have labs on artificial intelligence, on machine learning, on some of the various emerging technology-led programs which we offer in the UG and PG space. So all of those laboratories, if you see, they are all digitally equipped. There are ways and means in which we try to give that experiential learning for our students, because we firmly believe that the curriculum which we design should be in such a way that we focus 50% on the theory part, and the balance 50% should always remain towards the experiential hands-on learning, and in which technology plays a very, very vital role. So some of the spheres which are there in the BTech space, particularly, for example, you need that hands-on learning, which is through the robotics lab, the AI lab, behavioral lab, and all these kind of labs which we have done are towards building that world-class infrastructure for the learning of our students. This all stems out from the entire vision of the Woxen University towards creating a place of learning for the students where they don't have to look for any other foreign universities abroad to seek higher education. And towards that, what we are also doing is our very strong focus and impetus is towards internationalization, where we are basically looking at some of the best practices which are coming from those top tier universities. Right now, I'm very pleased to share with all of you, we have about close to 90 plus global partner universities tied up with Woxen University from all across 40 plus countries across the globe. So that is no mean feat of achievement, given that we are a very young university, which is just about 2-year old, and we have been able to do that. And constantly the idea is to bring on those kind of learning resources which are available globally for the students here, not only on the physical front, but also on the digital front.
Sure. So primarily the focus is on replicating some of the global best practices here. So now, before coming to Ashish, now you have heard from all the academicians. So my question is, as a solution provider, you have heard how deployment and digital deployment has been done in these universities. So how, as a technology solution provider, you can help? What is the role that you can play here?
Thank you for the question. And first of all, I would like to comment on the works that the Indian universities have been doing is really commendable in terms of the setup of new universities with newness, not just in the infrastructure, but also in ideology, is something which we need to learn. In terms of solution providing, I'll just speak a bit of that, and I'll just also, in order to put forward some Nepal's perspective on this, I would speak on that. As you see, Global After School is an envisioned activity of Global, as we were into the skill development field since last 8 years in Nepal as Global, where we were working with different educational institutions in providing skill development efforts and skill development solutions, including extracurricular activities for their students in the schools, which by the time when we came towards 2017 was more or less, we found that until and unless we embed technology to that, it is not going to be sustainable in terms of reaching out to more and more people and providing services to much needed categories of students that is in their teenage and that is also in their college education, which we talk about employability skills. Even in earlier session of inaugural, there was Dr. Manish, if I am not wrong, who was speaking about the lack of employability skills, which is there, which is seen even if you see the UNICEF's report 3 years back. It says that more than half of the students would be coming out of schools without the skills needed for future jobs by 2030, and which is very right. If you go and see people today, will not get that. So that particular thing was something that initiated us into getting into Global After School, which is an edtech company, the first one in terms of a skill development edtech in Nepal, which was started in 2017, but somehow we also call it COVID burn. Though we initiated in 2017, it got somewhere only in 2020, March, and that is how we also call it first one. And with that, we have been reaching out to currently about 12,000 students are learning from different institutions, academic institutions in Nepal through our portal of EdTech. And not only that, but also we provide corporate solutions for employability skills, where we are providing trainings for corporates, employees in terms of doing that. And now coming back to my thought processes on the academic newness and ideological newness that the Indian education system is bringing. So I also serve as the advisor to the Chief Minister of Bagmati province, which is the capital province of Nepal, for education, skills, and youths and entrepreneurship. And we, for the very first time in Nepal, have come up with the bill which has been passed very recently, that now the private universities can be opened in Nepal. Till date, we only had public universities, and that too with a traditional approach of learning at a lot of longer time. And that has opened up a very good process of initiating and developing the learning transformation for a larger time that has been required. And there I see a lot of potentiality in terms of collaboration with Indian education system and Indian universities. And just to also let you know, and also promoting my country's investment here, that education has 100% FDI allowance in Nepal, where 100% from outside can be brought in Nepal and be invested. And now we also have the provision of opening up new universities with new ideas in Nepal at Bagmati province. You are more than welcome. I invite all the dignitaries and the people who are from university sector to also come up and be there in Nepal. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. So just in the inaugural session, one of the dignitaries talked about that knowledge should know no bounds. And we are also talking about some of the global best practices. We can replicate some of the global best practices, and collaboration definitely across geographies is very much possible. Amol, I'll come to you now. Again, the same question. You heard all the academicians talking about their digital deployment. So how, as a technology solution provider, you can help?
Sure. Thanks for having me in the panel discussion. And I think the fellow panelists have really discussed about commendable work that they've done. And this commendable work, in fact, has been during a era of crisis, which has been the COVID crisis. How from a physical educational system we've gone to a digital one, and now we're talking about both interchanging a physical and digital distribution. Anything that you talk about can only be successful if you democratize it, if there is a lot of mass adoption of it. And what we've seen is that unless and until you have finance, you have affordability being there, any of the best of infrastructure, any of the best of technologies, they may not be able to reach to masses. And what we've in fact seen that India today is the most adaptive country in the world. I mean, if you talk about digitization, no longer we are actually behind US, UK. You talk to various people. Technology adoption in India has been very, very high. It's far ahead than various developed economies in the world. And that's where, a unique blend of education or edtech, I would just club it as edtech, and fintech has been happening. Without embedded finance into a proposition, the proposition would not be able to reach to masses. And again, we're talking about future of education. Here we are talking about panelists coming from very established universities. But when we're talking about education, you have education right up to K-12, which is people studying up to 12th standard. Then you have people preparing for educational big institution, which is competitive exams. Then you have universities that our fellow panelists are from. There is a huge market of upskilling, wherein you have various platforms during COVID reaching out to various people in corporates, wherein the skill sets of an employee, it may not be relevant, and it's an employee needs to keep on upskilling. Everyone wants to really go for higher jobs, bigger jobs, better appraisals. And the way technology and the world outside is changing, every one of us needs to keep on imparting new skills. It could be about analytics, it could be about machine learning, it could be about distribution and various things. So hence these all four things are very important. And for all these four things, you have different target markets, and affordability is something which is very important. Along with affordability comes another important aspect which today an Indian consumer is talking about, which is convenience. Today, most of you may have an iPhone, And this is the favorite example why I use, because in March 2022, 80% of the iPhones were sold on EMIs, which means that people who even would have had money to buy it, it's not so expensive. I think most of the people in this room can afford it, but still 80% of us would have wanted to buy an iPhone on EMIs. That is immediate gratification. You don't want to pay anything upfront, you want to pay in easy EMIs. And the way all the things, when you go to a mall, when you go everywhere, it's designed in a way that today everything is so easy to grab on easy EMIs. And that's where, if you can pay for an consumer good on EMIs, why can't you pay for education EMIs? And just wanted to add a few points. Hence, a role of a fintech company becomes very important in terms of embedding its financial options, that how you can actually build affordability right into the K-12 list of institutions. A parent can easily afford education, pay a lower amount of fees because a upfront bullet of fees comes at a discount. So hence, you need to have an embedded finance in terms of school fees education. Then you have preparing for competitive exams. You can always grab a better coaching institution. You can grab a better way of getting prepared. So hence, embedded finance comes in. Upskilling is a huge market wherein as you earn, you can also learn. So which means that the way you get your salaries every month, you can actually pay for courses into easy EMIs. Now, most of the organizations today, they are not able to, have so many MDPs, which is management development programs. So hence, how can employees get an ecosystem where they can opt for the course that puts them onto a next job and do it?
Point taken. So basically, you are emphasizing the role that fintech can play in education, especially in democratizing education. Absolutely, we are running behind schedule. So I will finish and just come to each panelist for 30 seconds. Just highlight one important point in this new education roadmap that you feel will be most salient for your institution. Starting with you, Professor Banerjee, 30 seconds each.
The biggest challenge I see is bringing the digital revolution to the healthcare education sector, because when we talk of healthcare, artificial reality or virtual reality or advanced reality, mixed reality, none of them will work, because healthcare education amounts to, actually dealing with individuals who are real people. So this is a challenge which has to be met. Otherwise, even if we can transmit lectures from Harvard or Stanford or any of the big universities, the learning process on the clinical material will remain a big challenge.
Sure, healthcare education will be a challenge. Nitin, your 30 seconds starts now.
Comparing to traditional education system, I feel like in today's era, we need to think of emphasizing a more digitalization of the university. That is very important. But apart from that, if we talk about the teaching learning process, the continual assessment, which is very important, because earlier we used to have paper pencil examination, which is at the end of the course, something like that. But this is very important for bringing the change in academic system. And apart from that, the block pattern we used to follow at our university, which is very, very impressive in terms of knowledge gaining of the students. And lastly, I would say the project-based learning. These three are the crucial measures I'm suggesting.
Yes,
Thank you.
project-based. Manoj.
If you are asking about the challenges for the digital education, then of course digital education is very, very important, and it's very useful for every community, as said by my co-speakers as well. However, there are certain limitations and challenges is the student engagement, because when you are taking a class, big class of 60 students, 100 students, you never know what the students are doing behind the cameras. So that is student engagement, but yes, that can be removed with the implementation of blended type of learning or the flip type of learning. So that also can be resolved. Thank you.
Thank you. Vishal.
So just to give a little bit of a recap on few things, various reports are there, multiple sources. Everyone talks about 50% of the students, they don't have the skills, they're not future ready. That's point number one. Big challenge. Then the irony is India has more than 25,000 institutions all across the country who are giving this education to all the students who incidentally, when they turn up for employment, they are seen as not employable or not future ready. Now that's where the digitization comes. That's where the critical piece of in-person as well as online delivery comes into the picture, because as rightly said by one of the co-panelists here, only online is not going to work, and only in-person also is no longer going to work.
Exactly.
And the key basis for that is that anything and everything which has to coexist today, in-person, assisted learning on the virtual also is something which is a need. And why it is required? Because today, if the more and more we move towards getting our curriculums future ready, you will not get the workforce and the students future ready. And that requires huge amount of experiential learning and hands-on learning, which can come through the labs and through the digital world, which can possibly get that kind of a learning curve and help improve the understanding to make them future ready.
Sure. Ashish, your 30 seconds.
Holistically speaking, number one, there needs to be a very good and proficient academia and industry collaboration for developing all these things, which will complete all these issues at large. And secondly, focusing academics with particularly experiential skill-based learning, along with the sides of academic learning, not separately as a vocational education just, but together with academic learning would be needed. Thank you.
Thanks. Amol, you have the last word. Your 30 seconds.
I think the game-changing things would be how do you democratize education for tier 2, tier 3 cities, because those are the people living in those areas who may not have access to the best of the education. And how do you build affordability there? And how do you upfront tell that how easy today is to actually do a particular course? It could be a short-term, long-term, and how easy one can pay, for that. So those would be the two game-changing ideas for the future of education.
Thanks. Thanks to all the panelists, and I'll apologize for rushing through because we are running behind schedule. We will, before we break up, I think we will just, if you can come for a group photograph. Thank you. And now we will be breaking for lunch. We have lots of very interesting panel discussion post lunch. And as we are running behind schedule, I'll request you to complete the lunch in 20-25 minutes and reassemble in the hall. Thank you.